Good morning, everybody. My name is Craig Lessner, and I'm a senior manager here with the Government Finance Officer Association. And today's program, which you registered for, so you should already know this, is a co-produced or a partnership between GFOA and CSMFO. And for those of you that don't know, CSMFO stands for the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers. And the story behind today's session, or this class, I should say, has its origins in a webinar that GFOA did with CSMFO just a few weeks ago with Mike Martinet on FEMA-related activities and what's happening and what are the things we should be thinking about. And we had such a good reaction to that course that we figured we'd open this up to a multi-day session to really go down to the nitty-gritty that some of us will never ever need to go into, but obviously if you're on this webinar, something that you're either interested in or, dare I say, need to be involved with simply because of the situation that we find ourselves in, whether it be COVID related, CARES Act related, and so on and so forth. And so just a reminder, there will be poll questions asked throughout today's session as well as the additional sessions, and the purpose of those is to make sure that everyone gets their CPE credits. And so please make sure that if you have any issues answering or responding to those questions, email me directly, or I shouldn't say email me. Let me know through the questions tab. If you're familiar with GoToWebinar, there should be some like a control panel to your right, or generally it's off to the right, but it could be in other places on your screen. And in that control panel, there should be an opportunity for you to ask questions. And so if you have questions throughout the session for Mike or more technical questions for me, please use that functionality. And as we get questions in, I'll be asking them, or if we get multiple questions on the same subject, I'll be asking those of Mike. So please, let me get those in the background, and then I'll try to ask them at an opportune time. And if for any reason there's questions that we don't get to necessarily today, maybe there'll be opportunities either after the session or in one of the subsequent webinars that we can handle that. But without further ado, I'd like to turn over today's program to Mike. And again, if anybody has any technical issues or anything, please let me know through questions. Mike, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, Craig. Good morning, everyone. Delighted to have you all here. In the next 16 hours, I want to change the world. But specifically, I want to change your world and how you see disaster cost recovery through FEMA's public assistance program. It's probably not at all what you thought it was or is. We've got several documents in the handouts. There's also another document that I'll have for you on the next session. It's a large document, so we've got to do it through a Dropbox link rather than download it as a PDF. And also, at the end of the class, I will give you access to a fairly large library of forms and spreadsheets. They're Excel forms and Adobe PDF documents that you can use to track your damages, your costs, your project worksheets, all the processing that has to go on with this process. But let's get started. This is a statue, picture of a statue of Sun Tzu, Chinese general circa 2,500 years ago. He wrote a little book. A couple of you may have read it. It's called The Art of War. And in The Art of War, Sun Tzu has a saying that every battle is won before it is fought, meaning the level of preparation that goes into preparing for that battle or any event or activity has a great deal to do with the successful outcome. The battle of cost recovery is not with the federal government per se. It is not with the state, your respective state per se. It is with regulations. It is with rules. The consultant was on a panel with me a couple of months ago that we did, and he had a great way of phrasing it. He said, FEMA's public assistance money is not dollar limited, meaning that if you have damages from a disaster, and it's a federally declared disaster, there's virtually no limit to the amount of money that you can get for the damages that you've incurred. However, that public assistance is rules limited. There are a lot of rules. Sometimes they appear to be conflicting rules that will limit the amount of money. And that's a lot of what we're going to talk about. So this battle here of preparation, getting ready for cost recovery, there's some things that you have to do beforehand. You can't fix them afterwards. There are other things that can be fixed later, but preparation is so important. And yet, because disasters don't happen very often, it's difficult to find the time and the energy in our day-to-day work to be prepared. We'll talk about different ways to do that. One of the things that I want to first, before we get started this morning, is tell you that you've got a package of supplemental handouts in there. And in one of those, and you should be able to see this form that I'm holding up on the screen. It's titled the Post-Training Action Planning Tool. And it's got several columns on it. We're going to talk about a lot of key concepts in these next 4 sessions. As you come across them, you may want to put down a short note, a bullet point. The action, could be to investigate or research or develop a plan. You've got a primary person who's involved in it. It might be you, it might be another department who might support that. And then the far left and far right columns are grayed out. And that's because as we go through this training, you may find other key concepts that are more important than the first one or second one that you ran across. And now you want to prioritize that higher. So after we're done with the training, then you look at the priority column and assign priority numbers. And then in the far right column, put in target dates that you would like to accomplish this. It's yours. It's a tool for you to use. If you don't use it, that's fine. It's just to help you deal with all the information, and we're going to put out a lot of information in the next 4 sessions. Now, when your supervisor suggested, I guess that's a word, suggested, that you take 4 days or 4 half days of training on federal paperwork, they probably put you on suicide watch. Okay? How bad can this be? 4 days of training, 4 half days of training on federal paperwork and processes. Could be pretty awful. We're going to try and avoid that pretty awful syndrome and have some fun. We've got some training videos that we'll play at various times through the course. We'll take regular breaks. I welcome your questions. Craig will be moderating the questions. And I told Craig, break in whenever there's a question. And by the way, there are no dumb questions or stupid questions in this training. There's no prerequisite for this training. And any question is valid because, one, maybe it's something that I haven't thought of. I've got 20 years doing this, but I still don't know it all. Secondly, some of you may have some unique experiences. We've got people literally from coast to coast and then some. And good morning to the lady from Alaska. It must be awful early in the morning where you are. And we've got people from the East Coast and all the way across the country, and a preponderance of people from California. But let's take a training video here for just a second to get this thing started off properly.
I figure 75% to you.
And I'm going to run that back again. You may want to run up your volume. The volume on this isn't too high on my machine. The rest of the videos are much better.
I figure 75% to you, Farm Mom, and 25% divided between the 5 of us. Gida, Crowbar, myself, Tom, and the baby. That makes 5% for each one of us.
Billy, you're cheating yourself. If it's 25% divided among the 5 of you, That's 14% apiece.
Oh, no, listen, Bob. I wouldn't cheat you. You know I wouldn't. Now, look here. I'll show you. Let me rub this out here. And now, 25 divided by 5 is 5. You see, the 5 won't go into 2, will it? No. But 5 goes into 25 5 times. You see?
You're wrong, Billy. Now, I'm pretty good mathematician. Now, 5 into 25. 5 won't go into 2.
No.
But 5 goes into 5 once. Now, we didn't use the 2 before, so we put it down here. Now, 5 into 20 goes 4 times. There you are. 5 into 25, 14.
No, Uncle Bob. Let me prove it to you now by multiplication. 5 times 5. 5 times 5 is 25.
I'm surprised you're learning. I'm surprised that you're learning. Now I'll show you. 5 times 14 is 25. 5 times 4 is 20. 5 times 1 is 5. 25. That's it.
No, look, Mom. See, look, you're wrong there because I'll prove it to you. We'll put down 5 14s here. 14. There. Now I'll prove to you by addition that 5 14s is not 25. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20,
21, 22, 23, 24, 25. There you are. Now to brush up, Billy. I don't want to see you boys cheating.
I can tell you, it's only going to get worse.
Hey, Mike, before we move on, well, first of all, that's just every day teaching, working with my kids on their homework. That's exactly the same. So, but I mean, I just want to launch a quick poll just to get everyone's thoughts about before we get going on today.
All right.
How are you guys doing today? And one of the things I like to ask as we get started or towards the beginning of just, what are we working with? Because if everyone's already mad, talking about FEMA and talking like Ma and Pa Kettle just did, it's probably not going to make any better. So let's just give them everyone just a quick minute. Hopefully those emojis are descriptive of the way you feel or the words that are there. But Mike, how you feeling today? You in pretty good shape?
I'm in great shape this morning.
Great.
I love doing this class. I love the fact that we have people from literally all over the country here. We've got the Midwest and the East Coast and Pacific Coast. So it's in many of these people, I've worked in many of these cities that people are attending from. And so
we've got just about 86% of people have voted. If you do need CPE credits, everybody, please make sure that you are taking the quizzes, because that's our ability to demonstrate to the CPE folks that you are actually here. But just real quick, so Mike, we're in pretty good shape because we've got between 41%, only 6% have been better, and I have a strong suspicion they're going to feel much better after you let them know that it's going to be okay.
All right. They're going to be much better or much worse, one or the other.
All right, the floor is yours again, Mike.
All right, thanks, Greg. Let's just take a minute and go through a few pages in the book, in the training manual. Almost 300 pages here, and we are going to go through almost all these pages in these next 4 sessions. First of all, on page 3, there is a course evaluation. Now, if GFOA has a course evaluation, you can fill that one out. If they don't, if you fill it out, I would appreciate it. I read every one of these. I scan them, I share them with the host agency, and I use it to see how I can improve the course. And there are things that used to be in the course that I've taken out because people said this isn't so important. I've added things, and I'll talk about some things in here that are in here only because people asked for them. And then we've got on page 5, 6, 7, and 8, 9, an index of everything that's in the book, all right? Then on page 10 is a partial list, and by the way, I'm in the process of revising this course because there's been so many changes, especially in the last 4 months since COVID came upon us, changes from FEMA, and we'll make those changes, documents available to you also. And Craig, if you would make a note for me to put in the FEMA and send that to you, so we'll have that for next time.
Will do.
Then on page 11 is the SRIA, that's the Sandy Recovery Improvement Act fact sheet. Now, because this book's already almost 300 pages, I didn't want to kill any more trees. So some of these documents, it's only the cover page or the index page. If you want to go and find more details on a particular topic, then if you put in just Sandy Recovery Improvement Act fact sheet or SRIA fact sheet plus FEMA and Google it, okay? I recommend you Google it rather than go to the FEMA website, because the FEMA website is constantly being updated and revised. And even for somebody like myself who goes there fairly frequently, I can't always find what I'm looking for. But if I Google it, I'm going to have a much better chance. If you're not sure what Google is, Google it and you'll find out. On the next page, 12, is a letter from J.R. Hatfield. J.R. is with the Imperial Irrigation District. We'll see a picture of one of his buildings in a minute. They had a bad earthquake 10 years ago on Easter Sunday, and in January of that same year, they had J.R. and 4 of his colleagues from the Imperial Irrigation District took this training in Southern California. And this is his letter thanking me for the forms that helped him get through the process. And I will tell you about a few of the forms. Some of these forms are used in various agencies around the country. They're forms put together with a lot of experience, a lot of effort went into them. If you've got a better form, that's wonderful. And in fact, I'd like to see it, because then I would share it with other folks. All right, that takes us to page 13. And a lot of what I do, a great deal of what I do, is based upon research materials that I have. And there are FEMA publications, and we're going to look at a list of FEMA publications in a little bit. There are Department of Homeland Security, Office of Inspector General audits. So every federal agency has a Inspector General, and DHS, Department of Homeland Security, is no exception. And the DHS auditors, they audit the Coast Guard and Secret Service and FEMA and Customs and Border Patrol, all these agencies within that department. And they also audit cities, counties, and special districts. Anybody who receives FEMA money through public assistance may be audited also. It's not a guarantee that you're going to be audited when you get federal money, but there's a good chance. And one of the indicators is you've got a lot of money. And often, or the Inspector General auditors will often go where there's a lot of money. And I want to show you some audits. Now, if you go to your handouts, there's a handout. It's got 4 or 5 audits in it. And the first one I want to talk about is this one. It says FEMA should disallow $1.5 million in grant funds awarded to Hays County, Texas. And the thing about these audits, these are real life cases, real government agencies, real nonprofits who got money from the federal government, but didn't follow the rules. And earlier this morning, I said this money is rules limited. Okay? They didn't follow the rules. Now in Hays County, Texas, they didn't know they didn't follow the rules till the auditors came in. They had a hurricane and a lot of debris, not a huge amount of debris, but a lot. And they went to HGAC. Now, HGAC is an agency of the state of Texas. I've been to their offices down there in Houston area. And it's a regional consortium of governments. They also have a buy group, HGAC Buy. And HGAC Buy went out and did a process, and they looked at debris contractors, and they created a list of debris contractors. And to qualify to get on that list, you had to have at least 3 different jobs where you did at least 1 million cubic yards on each of those jobs. Now, Hays County, Texas thought, well, this is smart because they've already, screened these people, and they know what their capacities are. And I'm looking here to see how many cubic yards debris. I'm not sure here, but they had a lot less, maybe 100,000 cubic yards of debris. And the auditor said, by going to the HGAC list with all these mega contractors at 1 million cubic yard contracts, you had a very small contract by comparison. And by going direct to HGAC, you cut a lot of small companies out of the possibility of doing that work. And there's a federal policy of encouraging small businesses to get involved in all levels of federal projects, and particularly with FEMA. They look at that all the time. We'll talk about that more. Fort Bend County, Texas, another audit, needs additional assistance in monitoring to ensure proper FEMA grant management. At the time, this came out in June of 2017. I was down there in August of 2017. For the second time, I'd been to Fort Bend County, Texas. And this time I was going to do a week of training there for them. And I was pretty sure when I saw this audit that that's why they called me down, because they needed to up their game. I'd done training a couple of years previously, but obviously there were still some problems. When I showed this to the folks in emergency management there, they had never seen it. It went to the finance department and it stayed in the finance department. You can't fix things if you don't share the bad news. If you don't know what went wrong, you can't fix it. The other thing here in this particular audit was they criticized, I believe, the state of Texas for its failure to properly support Fort Bend County. And this is a finding that happens a lot, is the auditors, besides criticizing the local agency, the city, county, or special district, they will criticize the state for their failure. And this happens states across the country. And it's understandable. States don't have unlimited resources, and they don't have enough experienced people, and yet they sign an agreement with the federal government that they will do this job. So they take them to task on a regular basis. Excuse me. City of Loveland, Colorado, next audit, could benefit from additional assistance in managing its FEMA public assistance grant funding. Same thing here. They had purchasing issues, cost accounting issues, supporting documentation, insurance, procurement, and they criticized the state of Colorado for failing to properly support the city of Loveland, Colorado. Loveland, Colorado is a client of mine. I've done training there in the Fort Collins, Loveland area 3 times over the last several years. Here's a pretty huge audit. Victor Valley Wastewater Reclamation Authority, Victorville, California, and I think we've got somebody from not too far from there, did not properly manage $32 million in FEMA grant funds. This was mostly purchasing, not completely, but mostly purchasing, and when I do the purchasing training, we get into this. $32 million. This is an agency with 35 or 40 employees. And it's a joint powers authority that serves communities in that part of San Bernardino County, California. I've had their people in my class after this audit came out. And it's a tough, this is a tough audit. And the wastewater authority paid a consultant $250,000 to help them fight their way out of this. And I talked to the consultant who was involved in it. And he said they made no promises as to success, but to try was going to cost them at least $250,000. Now, if any of you take heart medicine, I would suggest you take it now before I get to this next audit, because this is a heart stopper. FEMA should disallow $82.4 million of improper contracting costs awarded to Holy Cross School in New Orleans, Louisiana. That is a lot of money, ladies and gentlemen, $82 million. This is a high school, junior high combination. Where are they going to come up with $82 million? If you look at this one, I think, let's see what page, page 5, there's a table. They've got 14 contracts listed there. Every one of those contracts violated at least 2 points of federal procurement regulations, and some of them violated 5 and 6 points of federal procurement regulations. They were completely out to lunch on that. And I may not use that audit anymore, because last week I got an audit from Joplin, Missouri, and they want back over $180 million, mostly for procurement. $180 million. And that's as a result of the, I think it's May 2010 tornado that tore Joplin apart. And now, 10 years later, the auditors say we want 180 million and change back because you violated federal procurement regulations. So if you go to page 13 in your book, this is an audit of Gulfport, Mississippi. And the title is that FEMA should recover $8.5 million of public assistance grant funds awarded to Gulfport, Mississippi for work done as a result of Hurricane Katrina. Now, I picked this audit because Gulfport's kind of an average city. I mean, now if you're from Gulfport, it's not average, but for the rest of the cities. 75, 80,000 people, maybe a little more now. So it's not a huge city like, let's say, Houston or Chicago or LA. It's not a little tiny town of 500 people either. You know, it's in the middle. Also in this audit, oftentimes, like with the Joplin audit that I just mentioned and the Holy Cross audit, they focus on just one thing, procurement or insurance. Here, it's a scattering, and that's why I like it, because it shows us a number of principles that are involved. So if you go, oh, and by the way, at the bottom, lower left, excuse me, lower right corner of every page, there's a number in brackets, 16-point type number in brackets. That's the master number of the book that we're using. Some of these other documents in here will have page 1 of 3, 2 of 3, and so on. So when I refer to a page number, it's that large number in the lower right corner. So page 15, results of audit. FEMA should recover, halfway down the page, FEMA should recover $8.5 million of grant funds awarded to the city. Well, that certainly is not going to make the day of the finance director or the city manager or the council members in the city of Gulfport. So finding A is interest on advanced funds. Now, this problem had nothing to do with the response to the hurricane. Had nothing to do with law enforcement, nothing to do with firefighting, emergency medical services, search and rescue, evacuation speeding, had nothing to do with the emergency stuff. It's a financial problem. It's an administrative problem. When your agency gets money from the federal government, and you put that money in the bank and earn interest on it, that interest belongs to the United States of America, not to your city or county or special district. In this case, they wanted $296,000 and change back because that's how much interest they earned, because they got the money and then they didn't pay it out immediately. It's just a business problem. Okay? Funds management. On page 16, duplicate funding. The city's claim under this project included $949,000 of costs that may be covered by insurance. Now, when there's debris from a disaster, and this happens especially with hurricanes and floods and tornadoes, all disasters, but especially those, because then it gets blown and moved by the water great distances sometimes from where it originated. And so people end up with a lot of debris on their property. And oftentimes FEMA will authorize the local agency to help those people clean up their property. The way they do that is the property owner has to carry the debris to the public right-of-way, to the curb, if you have it, or to the street edge, and then group it by the kind of debris. So if it's green waste or appliances or household furnishings, household hazardous waste, has to be grouped. And then they will come and pick it up at the curb. The property owners may have insurance. A lot of people have insurance for coverage for debris removal. It's in the policy. And FEMA knows this. And to them, that's double dipping. That's a duplication of benefits that the homeowner got paid by the insurance company, and then they got it also paid for by FEMA. And FEMA says, you, local agency, city, county, you have to try and collect that money from those people. Now, this is something we don't want to have to do, is beat up on people and try and collect money after they've lost perhaps everything they own. It's the rule. You have to do it. You need a process to do it. Now, probably if you have a community development or a planning department or a building and safety department, these people are probably the best people to do this because they often do this. If I own a piece of property in a neighborhood and I want to build a house or I want to add on to the house and I want to go up 2 stories now, and that might block some neighbor's view, I've got to send out notices to people within 500 feet or 1,000 feet, whatever the local ordinance is, saying you got 90 days to, file comments on this proposed construction project. So there's people in your city or county that probably do this already, but now you're going to have to do it on a large scale, everybody within the debris affected area. So they wanted $949,000 back just on this one thing. Then unsupported costs. They said the city did not have adequate source documentation to support $5.7 million of debris removal contract charges under several projects. Now, what you have to understand about debris removal is there's a lot of documentation involved. And the 2 of the most critical documents, first of all, is the truck certifications. Every truck used to haul debris as a result of this disaster must be weighed and measured. And then when it's weighed and measured, it's given a serial number, a tag, that goes on the side of that vehicle, probably on the driver's side and the passenger side doors or on the bed of the truck, so that every load that truck hauls is tracked by that serial number. So you need two documents, the truck certification and the trip ticket. And you may have 5,000, 10,000 trip tickets. You've got to keep track of them. Either that or it's got to be done electronically. And then as they go into the debris processing site, there's somebody going to be in a tower, an elevated platform, who's going to look in the bed of each truck and determine what percentage full that truck is. And they didn't have enough documents for $5.7 million. Finding D on page 17, contracting procedures. So they didn't have full and open competition. They didn't do a cost or price analysis, and they didn't negotiate profit as a separate item where there was no price competition. We're going to look at all those things later on. Now, the middle of page 18, this is where this project gets kind of aromatic. This project was cleaning up formerly frozen pork products and chicken parts. Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, that whole region of the country raises a great deal of agricultural meat products, poultry and pork. And it's processed, it's frozen or refrigerated, and then hauled by truck to Gulfport, where it is put on ships. And then it's distributed around the United States and around the world. When the power goes out in those frozen food warehouses, that meat starts to heat up and it starts to smell. When the tidal surge comes and knocks down the walls of those frozen food warehouses that are right there at the waterfront, that product is scattered all over Hell's Half Acre and it's got to be picked up. It's biohazardous material. So this is a real problem to the community. Finding E, unreasonable costs. The city claimed $989,000 in reasonable costs for the haul disposal portion of the contract, this biohazard debris removal. Now, the costs are unreasonable because they didn't purchase it right, as we saw on page 17 and 18. And sometimes the auditors can do a double tap like this. You didn't purchase it right, therefore you paid too much. Okay? Same basic problem, but it's really two findings. And then on page 20, finding F, unauthorized project costs. When you're cleaning up biohazard material, it is appropriate, it is probably required that you have protective gear, Tyvek suits, respirators, gloves, maybe booties, hard hat, whatever safety equipment, health equipment you need, personal protective equipment. It's also reasonable that you would need to do monitoring of the air and water to make sure that you were getting the place cleaned up. And you cap some of these utility lines so the contamination doesn't get into the utility line, because then it's got to be cleaned out, and that's a process. However, this work, including the personal protective equipment, the water and sewer line capping, and the air monitoring, was not included in the scope of work, and therefore it was not eligible to be paid for by FEMA. Had it been in the scope of work, it would have been eligible, but nobody put it in there. And nobody in Gulfport, as they reviewed this, caught that. And so FEMA, now fortunately for them, it wasn't a great deal of money. It was a little less than $75,000, but the principle's the same. you do $1 million or $5 million worth of work that's not in the scope of work, it's on us. FEMA's not going to pay if it wasn't in the approved scope of work. So you've got 9 recommendations there, totaling roughly $8.5 million. You know, not a very good day in Gulfport. Even if you can beat the audit, okay, if you can appeal and FEMA says, no, you were okay, and the auditor is just being too picky, it's still going to cost you money. So with Victorville, it's costing them at least $250,000 to fight that audit. There's another audit I'll show you a slide of later. It cost them $100,000 to beat the audit. They won, but it still cost them a little over $100,000. Now, what I'd like to do is take a couple of minutes here. If you will go into the supplemental handouts and look for the audit response exercise. It's a front and back, 2-page. It's got 32 numbered lines. And what I would like each of you to do is take a couple of minutes and look through these, I call them answers. These are reasons that people use to explain what happened. Now, your job here in this exercise is you're on the financial staff, and the finance director or the city manager, county chief executive has asked you to prepare a memo for the elected city council or board of supervisors explaining what happened. Explain to them what happened with this $8.5 million. The answers you see, 1 through 30, all came from real response memos. These were memos that I found and accessed on the web where people had audits and they were fighting it, and this was their response. Each one of these sentences is actually real. Only one of them is made up. So take a look at these. In the first row of boxes to the left, it says use or don't use. Is this a reason that you would want to put in this memo? And then under priority, what's the number 1 reason? What's your number 2 reason? What's your number 3 reason? Just look for 2 or 3 reasons that you would put into a memo to senior people in your organization trying to explain what happened here. Okay, so let's just take a couple of minutes and do that. Now, there's a great debate going on as to whether virtual learning or live learning is better. And I'll tell you, at this point, live learning is better because I have bags of gold chocolate coins here, oil-covered chocolate coins, that I pass out when people give correct answers or make comments. And obviously, I can't pass those out virtually, but I would if I could. Craig, if we can open up, if people would raise their hands, I'd like to get a few comments from people about what answers they would be using if they would go into the question or the chat feature and raise their hand, or just even put in a number so that we can talk about that. Can you
Sure.
open that? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so if anybody has any questions, just submit them through the questions tab. Might give them a minute or two to type their questions in, but then that way it will be a little bit easier and they can see if people have the same questions and so on and so forth.
Sure.
And while we're waiting for that, why don't we take the opportunity to launch another poll? So just real quick, we want to know, have you ever been part of an application to FEMA? So, have you ever been in a government, whether you were the primary applicant or, kind of bringing all the data together, or, were you just, supplying information, but just, who has familiarity? And obviously, if you're in this class, then you're somewhat familiar, or at least you know enough to know that you better find out more before you get involved. But yeah, just kind of give a little bit better information about who is attending today and what your background is. And I'll also look for some additional questions. No questions as of yet, Mike.
Okay.
And we'll just leave it open for just a few more seconds. Looks like we're okay. So then, pretty good, a pretty decent split. I feel bad for the people that have already been part of an application and have not taken this class, but that's probably why you're taking this class, because you're like, whoa, I got to figure some stuff out. But
What are we, about 50-50 split?
just about, it's 44% has been a part of it and 56% has not.
Okay, so I would consider that 44% of you are have some level of expertise, and that's good because you know what some of the trip hazards are. And for the other 56%, stand by this COVID thing. And by the way, we're not going to talk about COVID specifically. If you have questions about it, I'll be happy to try and address those. This is COVID particularly is very complicated because you've got not only FEMA money, but also the CARES Act money, and these various funding streams have a distinct interplay. So if you have questions on that, I'd be happy to take a shot at it if it's COVID related. All right, I'm just gonna wing this. On the answer sheet, number 5, FEMA doesn't understand the complexity of the disaster for us. Yeah, they don't. Okay, they're a little bit immune, not completely, but a little bit. They do this every day of the year. I mean, 52 weeks out of the year, except for the vacation time, this is what they do. I mean, this is like a paramedic, firefighter paramedic, going out to a heart attack victim. I mean, for the heart attack and their family, this is a terrible event. This is absolutely terrible. But to the paramedic, it's just another run, okay? They see it differently because it's not affecting them personally. And so we have to understand that FEMA sees this differently. This is day-to-day business for them. This is not their whole world turned upside down. Number 6, FEMA personnel approved all costs, steps, etc., and then they changed their minds. Yeah, they do. Yep. The first person from FEMA, it comes in, they approve it, and the next person who comes in says, nope, we're not going to do it that way. Or, no, I don't know why they approved that. Okay. Number 10, FEMA gives us no latitude in filing deadlines, even though our staff is short-handed and overworked. Yep, absolutely. In fact, there isn't one of these audit responses that really makes a difference to FEMA or the OIG. All right, as a local agency receiving this money, it's our responsibility to know and understand these rules. I use the analogy of income taxes. If my CPA makes a mistake in filing my tax return, who pays? Me, not the CPA. I mean, I may not use them again if it's a serious mistake, but the CPA doesn't pay for the mistake. I do. I'm the taxpayer. And that's the way it is with FEMA. We at the local agency. FEMA doesn't do this kind of training. Generally speaking, I took one course at the Emergency Management Institute, and it was done by the National Fire Academy, not by FEMA. FEMA believes it is the state's responsibility, and yet the state, most of the states that I've worked with, don't have enough people, and they don't have people that do nothing else. And they're just like everybody else. They'll work in the State Office of Emergency Services for a few years, and then they get a promotion and they transfer over to DMV or to the Highway Division or the Health Department. I mean, people have their career paths. Sometimes they'll stay in emergency management, for a whole career, but that's not so common. So it's our responsibility to know these rules and regulations and follow them. And that's what comes out in all the audits. They didn't follow the rules, and that's the problem.
Hey, Mike, just real quick, let's kick off one more poll, and then we also got a question in that we can handle while we're addressing the poll. So just real brief, based on the last questions, it was about half and half, give or take, on who has been involved in that. But for everybody, including those that haven't been party to an event, what kinds of FEMA-related events have you been a part of? While, and of course, there's much more than just this, but wildfire, flooding, hurricane, tropical storm, earthquake, and of course, they can all be kind of the same. But choose the one that was the primary, and if you've never been part of it, just click other just so we have your response. But Mike, while we're doing that, we also have a question, and the question is, so if we have both CARES Act and FEMA funds available, which one should be used first if they both can cover the same projects, assuming all the requirements are met?
Okay, assuming all of the things are equal, my recommendation is that you look at the CARES Act funding first, if you have it available, for a couple of reasons. One, you've already got the money. It just showed up in your bank account months ago, literally overnight after the Congress approved it and the president signed the bill, as opposed to waiting for FEMA, so you've already got the money. Secondly, a lot of the CARES Act funding streams are paying 100% for the costs. FEMA only pays 75%. That's another big incentive. Some of the CARES Act is paying for straight time. FEMA only pays for overtime for emergency work. So there's 3 reasons right there why I would look at the CARES Act funding first if it's available to my agency. It may not be a perfect fit, but it's probably worth looking at that first to see if, now FEMA came out 2 weeks ago, I think, with a fact sheet that says, we're not going to argue with people over whether they used CARES Act money or FEMA funding. In other disasters, let's take you've got road damage, okay, and that road is a federal aid road, meaning it was bought, it was built or maintained in part with federal funds. And those federal aid roads are not eligible for FEMA funding. You have to go to the Federal Highway Administration. Even when they run out of money, FEMA won't pay it. However, in the case of the COVID, they're saying you can spend CARES money or come to us for funding. Either way, we're not going to make a big deal out of it. But that does not apply in most other disasters. In fact, it broke precedent when they did it this way with the COVID-19 disaster. I hope that answers that question.
Sure, and Mike, you're hitting on a nerve because we're getting a couple more questions. And so, okay, so that was where we are a special district. Dawn's asking, we are a special district and not eligible for CARES Act monies. Do you know if in the future the CARES Act will cover special districts?
Oh, I wish I knew. No, I don't think anybody knows. If I was a betting person, I would say probably not. Perhaps for schools, colleges, and universities, and there's some CARES money out there. But if you're a water district, a stormwater, sewer sanitation district, some other special district like that, where you don't have responsibility for public health like a city or a county does, then that would probably lessen the choice of the chances of Congress pushing money out there.
Okay, and it looks like we've got two more questions. Why not use FEMA first if there is overlap between FEMA and CARES, because CARES will pay the 25% non-federal portion. That way you use 75 cents of allowable costs from FEMA and only 25 cents from CARES.
That is another good strategy you may want to do. With FEMA, the rules are very strict, very strict. With CARES Act, we haven't seen the rule book yet. And the general consensus among consultants that I know is that the CARES Act funding may not be as strictly interpreted or strictly limited as FEMA stuff is. So this goes to strategy. More and more, it's important to have a strategy on how you're going to get disaster cost recovery accomplished. And many elements to it. This is just one of those elements. So for one agency, very similar circumstances, yeah, go for FEMA first and then supplement with CARES Act. And for another agency, they may see it different. Go to CARES Act for as much as they can get, and then go to FEMA for what they can't get from the CARES Act. So there is no right or wrong answer on this. When you're looking at all of the agencies, cities, counties, and special districts in the country.
Okay. And then the CARES Coronavirus Relief Fund says it can be used as the non-federal matching funds. Can you confirm that?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
That is what I've heard. The president or the White House announced it. And then the fact sheet that they put out 2 weeks ago confirmed that local agencies could use CARES Act funding to provide 25% match where it's available.
And then it was just more of a comment. It would be helpful to cover the general policy changes to FEMA PW process in response to COVID, particularly any related to labor costs.
We'll talk about labor tomorrow and the next day. And I will supply Craig with the 130 pages handouts that are specific to what FEMA is calling an expedited process for COVID-19. So we'll provide some additional information on that.
Okay. And then I think this is the last question. I don't recall if I've asked this because we're getting a bunch, but if we earned interest on CARES funding received, must we pay it back to feds or can we spend on CARES intended function?
Well, that's an interesting question because there's a federal funds management rules on that. In fact, that's a great question. Because typically with FEMA, you don't normally get the money until you've spent it. But in the CARES Act, everybody got the money first before they spent it. So I would stand by on that. That is a great question, and I've actually got a couple of people I want to pose that to because that's a really good question, and I don't have a good answer for you. Apologize for that. And Craig, we are at the half hour, and I'd like to keep us on a regular break schedule.
Sure.
So when we take a short break, if we can, I'd like to take about a 7-minute break and come back at 20 minutes of the hour, if that's possible.
Okay. Hear no complaints from me.
All right. So just a short break.
Okay, everyone, we're going to take just a short break. Hey, Mike, we had one of our participants, Vicky Frederick from St. Louis County, mention that the FAQ specifically states that interest on CARES Relief Fund does not have to be repaid. So then it just becomes a question: is that something that still holds true, or at least if something was printed?
Okay, no, if it's in a policy statement, then that should be okay. That's good to know. Yeah, the CARES Act and the presidential disaster declaration nationwide broke a lot of rules. And this being an election year, we don't know how many other relaxations of existing standard practices may still occur. All right, I think we're ready to go again. This is a slide where normally we would go around the room and have folks introduce themselves. However, we have roughly 100 people signed up for this course, so that and the fact that it's virtual make it fairly difficult to do that. I did get the list of registrants from Craig this morning and saw that we literally have a coast-to-coast reach on this, and people all over the country, cities, counties, special districts, and I think even one consultant that I saw in there. So we got a lot of people, and just a little bit about me and why I'm doing this. I've been doing cost recovery training in one form or another for over 20 years, and did my first class in 1998 in Southern California, and just kind of fell in love with it. It's like a high stakes poker game for me. I spent over 20 years as an emergency manager, frontline emergency manager, and my last paycheck job, if you will, was with the city and county of San Francisco, where I worked in the controller's office. I was the emergency planning manager there. And my job function was to deal with disaster cost recovery planning and training, and continuity of operations planning and training. Those are things that I focused on when I worked in San Francisco. And since I retired from San Francisco in June of 2013, so for the last 6-7 years, I've just been traveling around the country doing cost recovery training programs. So that's just a little bit about me. Now, I want to talk about a couple of challenges.
Well, Mike, before you move on, hopefully, because we can't get to everybody, I was hoping that we can get a little bit of intelligence from or data from people as far as what roles they fulfill in their organizations. And, this is of course not perfect. And please select all that apply. That if you fill many of these roles, please select. But just a little bit of better understanding of who our audience is. Obviously, if we're marketing this through California Society of Municipal Finance Officers and the Government Finance Officers Association, it's going to lean a certain way, but we're also curious to see if we have any more traditional emergency planners or public safety officials on the line.
That's a good idea. And when I teach this class, I'm not so worried if there are no firefighters or no police officers in the class, because they're tactical folks. They rescue people, they save lives. They are not accountants or auditor controllers. Most of them are not focused on the business aspect of government operations the same way that your administrative folks are. And in the administrative arena, though, in a big enough disaster, virtually everybody in your organization may play some role in the cost recovery process.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, no one, well, and if unless you're in a very, very small organization, which obviously is possible and you wear many hats, but you know, it definitely takes a village, as they say. And so, yeah, we're just seeing about 95% obviously of people of finance, and then that obviously sort of narrows down as we go down the list, but procurement, emergency planning, still a good showing of groups that are involved in that, legal, of course, and then other, which is could be a number of different things. But okay, yeah, pretty predictable, but just you never know.
And that's good. And I love working with finance folks because finance folks, they get it. They understand the implications. Many of them have been with an agency when they had an audit, and you know they've been through some of these things. They deal with grants from other federal agencies as well. And be cautioned though that a FEMA grant for public assistance is unlike any other federal grant you will ever receive. And I'll talk about that more as we go through. But first, I want to talk about the walnut. And when I do this training live and when I'm local, I don't haul these walnuts on the airplane. If I'm driving somewhere, I'll take a bag of walnuts and I'll put one in everybody's place. And I'll ask them to pick it up and to hold it in their hand. Because I want to talk about the amygdala. It's a part of our brain in the back of our head. It's an ancient part of the brain, way back to the era of the dinosaurs. And when we get stressed, this amygdala, this walnut-size shaped piece of our brain, literally, chemically seizes control of our brain and our higher thinking. It shuts off the chemicals that the amygdala emits, shut off the prefrontal cortex, that higher type of thinking that we do so well as humans, gets shut off, and it triggers the fight or flight response. And we forget stuff. And there was a gentleman, he died in Hurricane Katrina, but he had survived Hurricane Camille and Hurricane Betsy down there in the Gulf Coast, and thought that Katrina was another Hurricane Camille or Betsy. And we know this because he talked by cell phone to his family, and they evacuated. He stayed there, and he told them, he says, I screwed up. This is not Camille or Betsy. It's a bigger storm. It's much worse. But when the amygdala kicks in, we revert to previously learned behaviors. This is why training is so important, especially for people who work in life critical things like police officers, firefighter paramedics, medical people doing emergency room work. They have to practice and get used to being stressed to deal with things effectively. And this is a big challenge to us because in a disaster, we get stressed. And it makes it difficult for us to think. So one of the things that's featured in this training are forms and checklists. Because a form or a checklist, use the form like a checklist, helps us remember important stuff that we may forget when we get stressed. My friend Jesse Sayamont, who is the parish emergency coordinator in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, which is right below New Orleans, he has a saying, he says, stress makes me stupid, and indeed it does. Unless you're trained and well-trained, highly trained, this is what police officers and firefighters train all the time because they often deal with life or death situations and they have to be able to overcome them and use that higher reasoning power. But for us in cost recovery, this is a challenge because people are going to revert to the way they do things normally. And that doesn't always work. And you'll see that in some of the exercises we're going to do. Doing things the normal way doesn't work with FEMA. FEMA's requirements for documentation and detail are much, much greater in most agencies' day-to-day requirements. I'm going to give you a real concrete example of that later on. And trying to get my thing to advance. There we go. Some of you may have read a book by Stephen Covey, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And it was such a successful bestseller that he wrote another book called The 8th Habit. And in The 8th Habit, Stephen Covey looks at a study that was done, 23,000 people across the United States in all kinds of organizations. And what they found, and I'm going to present that to you right now, and the brilliance of what Stephen Covey did was he took the numbers in that study, those statistics, and turned them into an 11-player team. Could be a football team, could be a soccer team, but the numbers came out really well for an 11-player team. And in that study, they found that of an 11-player team, only 4 people would know which goalpost was theirs. Only 2 of them would know exactly what position they were playing and exactly what they were supposed to do. All but 2 of them, only 2 of them would care. And all but 2 of the players would in one way or another be competing against their own team rather than for it. And this is a massive challenge for us in emergency management and in cost recovery. How do we get everybody to get on board and do what we're supposed to do to get this money from FEMA or the CARES Act and prove that we were entitled to it and to keep it? That's the challenge.
Hey, Mike, we're getting a few comments that it's difficult to hear. Is it possible for you to speak up, or do you have like a microphone or something maybe?
Yeah, let me plug the microphone in. Yeah.
Usually people are asking me to quiet down, so I'm not used to it. So.
Yeah. Give me just a second here while I speak.
All right, thanks. Yeah, give everyone. Pardon the interruption. Give us a few minutes.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
I can hear. Yeah, I can hear you just fine. But hopefully, I think we're getting a couple comments that it's better. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Good. So it's a challenge for us to deal with this. So by using forms and using checklists, we give people instructions on what to do. We give them a form. We need this filled out in detail. That helps us document our costs with federal government. Perception and reality. Okay. This is a common perception of disaster. It could be rescuing people. It could be sandbagging, a levee. But it's that emergency response aspect that's in the forefront of people's perception. This is our reality here. Okay. Just piles and piles of paperwork that we have to deal with. I'd like to give credit and appreciation. This is a partial list of people who helped me get started years ago. There are many more. Nobody in this business, I believe, knows it all. We rely on each other all the time for keeping up to date. Okay, we looked at the interview. We talked about the evaluation. The weasel words. Anything I tell you today or tomorrow or next week can be wrong. The week following. I've actually had this happen to me twice. I'm doing a class live, and I get home and I get an email that says, oh, there's a new FEMA policy out. They change things all the time. So the rules and regulations are in a constant state of flux. That said, some of the fundamental concepts, like detailed record keeping, haven't changed in 40 years. It was created by President Jimmy Carter in 1979, and some of the same rules are still in place. So while some things changed, other things have remained very constant. I'm going to skip a couple of slides here. We talk about these things. This is an uphill climb. Most agencies, the average, they get 40 to 50 cents on the dollar for their total losses. Okay, it's a steep uphill and dangerous climb. The federal government's intention is to assist us with our recovery, not to make us whole. They will give us the House, but not the House vote. Northern California, they had some bad fires in 15, 17, and 18. And those areas are in Northern California, and vacation homes are scattered throughout there. If the house you own is a second home, it's not eligible for federal disaster assistance, or what we call individual assistance. Okay. Only your primary residence. And in fact, a couple of months ago, several people were indicted in the state of New Jersey because they claimed homes at the Jersey shore when they had a primary residence inland. One lady recalls as far away as Philadelphia. Primary house in Philadelphia, summer home, weekend home in New Jersey, claimed that home as a permanent residence, and she was going to face federal fraud charges. So, however, when that house burns or is damaged by the disaster, we still have to count it, even though it's not going to be eligible. We'll come to that and we'll talk about damage assessment. Okay, we got 3 federal programs here. Medicare, disaster assistance, Social Security. The upper right, the lower left, no, upper left, lower right, are entitlement programs. As a citizen and as a taxpayer, and if I get to be old enough, I'm entitled to Medicare, I'm entitled to Social Security. But none of us, as individuals or as members of an organization, no one is entitled to disaster assistance. It's a completely discretionary period. And if a president decides not to make a federal declaration for a disaster, there's not a thing anybody can do about it. And when we do get that federal declaration, we then have to comply with some really stringent rules to be able to get the money first to qualify, and then to hold on to it as we go down the process. There are no absolutes, absolutely none. As I said before, the rules change with some constancy. So the question is then, do our documentation procedures meet FEMA requirements? We're going to look at this question. I think you will find out for yourself how this works with your agency. With an example from some other forms from outside agencies. To me, public assistance is a lot like buying a car. And when you're buying a car, it's always a question of how much money did you leave on the table. People in auto finance, they've got $199 a month you can afford for the down payment. If you want an XKE Jaguar, they'll get you in it, okay? You may get nothing for your trade-in, you may pay for 20 years, but they'll get you the car. but you're going to pay a lot. And with FEMA, if you don't know the rules, it's going to cost you a lot of money. In the emergency management profession, we talk about the disaster after the disaster. The recovery process can be worse than the disaster itself for those people involved. This ship's going down. It appears to be in fairly shallow water, but if it hits that mine, it's all over. It's just going to be pieces of iron. But if it doesn't hit it, maybe they can refloat it. And that's where we are. We don't want to hit that landmine. And there are an awful lot of landmines in the FEMA regulations. This is a graphic I put together several years ago. This E represents the emergency response activities for our law enforcement, fire, and emergency medical people on a daily basis. And they get there pretty quickly, depending on the priority of the call. But in a disaster, this is what happens. It's not an arithmetic increase, it's a geometric increase in administrative issues. So we see here agencies, we see state, local, federal agencies, we see volunteer organizations, we see private nonprofits, we see some labor unions, we see the media. The challenge for us administratively is how do we integrate all this stuff? How do we track this stuff? A lot of what people represented by these logos do will help us defer the cost of the disaster, but we have to track it and track it properly. And without that, there is no help. We've got to track everything. So if you're a building official, and normally you have 40 or 50 building inspections a week, and now after the disaster, you've got 400 or 500 that you have to do a week, 5,000. How do you gear up literally overnight in a heartbeat to handle that and properly track and report that? This is a chart from a company called Munich Re. Munich Re sells insurance to insurance companies. You and I can't buy insurance from them, but State Farm, Mutual of Omaha, Allstate, they can buy insurance from Munich Re. Munich Re is focused on catastrophes. This is when they have to pay. It's when there's serious catastrophes like a Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Sandy. And this chart goes back to 1950, so it's about 70 years it covers. And on the far right, you see those two trend lines. The upper trend line is the global losses from disasters. And the lower trend line is the insured losses from disasters. And not only are those lines increasing, but the distance between those two lines, the uninsured losses, is growing greater. And what that means for us is that if we, as a local government agency, special district, can't go to the federal government to get funding, we don't have that asset anymore. It's gone. In 2008, I went down to New Orleans, actually to speak for GFOA, and I met my friend Jesse down there. He took me on a tour. We went to a firehouse in one of the wards of New Orleans. And there was just a neighborhood fire station there, single engine. And they were almost done putting it back together. And there was still some stuff in boxes, but it was coming together. And the captain there said that there wasn't a single penny from the city of New Orleans to rebuild that fire station. Not a single penny. Everything was donated. People donated their labor. There's a refrigerator and a freezer still in the boxes from Lowe's in the engine bay. Everything donated. They had no money to fix the firehouses. And so each firehouse was having to do it on its own. That's an extreme case, but sometimes it happens fairly frequently. Over the next 4 days, we're going to look at the forest. We're also going to get down in the weeds. We have to have a good working knowledge of the details and the minute procedures and record-keeping requirements. We also have to see the trees. We've got to have perspective. If we spend all day looking at the weeds, we're going to get lost and never find our way out. But if we just follow the big picture and don't concern ourselves with the details, that will kill us when FEMA comes to do closeouts or the auditors come. From a visual perspective, disasters are like this. You've got a response phase and a recovery phase. And most of the time involved with disasters is the recovery phase. And if this was really accurate, it would just be the tiniest tip of that iceberg that would actually be above the water line. These disasters will go on for years in terms of recovery, even though the life-saving, property-saving portion of the disaster may be over in a few days or a few weeks. What is disaster cost recovery? It's a process of tracking the expense and filing claims for reimbursement after disaster while we follow all the state and federal regulations, many you've never heard of, and avoiding making things worse by error or omission. I'm going to skip a couple of slides here. As I told Craig earlier this morning, there's about 20 hours of material in this book. And to stay on pace, every so often I'm going to make some cuts because I want to tune in the course to your needs, what you need. And in this case, that's going to mean probably a fair amount of COVID-related stuff or other things that you may want to dig into. So we'll skip the
And Mike,
slide.
before we move on, as I mentioned earlier, I was going to try to take everyone's quote unquote temperature, although that means something very specific these days.
Yeah.
But just how's everyone doing part two? You know, the same, much better, much worse. And dare I ask, if it's much worse, you could submit it via question, and I'm really scared to look at it. But, you know, unless you had something, you know, you're having a bad day. Mike's made you had a bad day by talking about COVID as much as he has. I remember having a graduate school class that talked about environmental disasters, and I still have nightmares about it. I just, you know, I have trouble sleeping, and it's usually because of that class, and that class was a very long time ago. So I hope that as we go, you know, there will be no workers' comp claims as we talk about these disasters and things like that. So, but just if you have just a second, just let us know. I'm not seeing a lot much worse, but there are. So I might be following up with those that are answering much worse privately behind the scenes to see if I can help.
And Craig, I think we have somebody registered from the city of Saratoga, California.
I think so, yeah.
And Mary Fury, who was at the time the finance director there, took my class. And I saw her, we had a meeting several months later. And she told me that after my class, she had nightmares for weeks.
And it's not necessarily because of you, but it's the material. And, you know, it's just like, you know, there's a lot of things. One, there's obviously, we're talking about natural disasters or hopefully natural disasters and things like that. But, you know, there's just even the stress of having to follow all these rules and having to go through this kind of class just to know how to follow the rules. And it's just, you know, it could be daunting and overwhelming. And so, you know, Mike, I definitely appreciate your time, but I also appreciate all the participants' time because, you know, it's a lot of work to make this look like it's going as hopefully as easy as it eventually can be. But Mike, we're still getting a comment or two about it. You're sounding a little muffled, so I don't know, you know, just start screaming at us or something like that. Nothing, obviously not. But you know, just be aware that some people are having a little bit of trouble hearing, and of course, anybody out there, yeah. And I'm not saying this to sound, you know, to look down on you, but check your volume on your computer. You'd be surprised, and I'm including myself in this group, that wait a second, I moved that up before, and then it just moves itself down for poltergeists or something like that. But just double check your volume just in case. I mean, we're not getting a lot of comments about it, but we are definitely getting some. So just make sure it's there. And Mike, of course, you know, you're sounding pretty clear to me, but you know, it's also helpful that if you're not listening with headphones on, I know that between my dogs and other you know, distractions in my house, that could definitely have an impact on my ability to hear what's going on. So, but yeah, if you're having issues, just let me know via the question tab, and we'll do our best. Okay, so then let me share this real quick. I'm sharing it. So
Okay.
yeah, so hopefully, so everyone's doing fairly well. You're getting a 9% rate at much better, so that will be our metric of how we're doing as we go forward. And then the 3% that said much worse, well, I'll be following up with you shortly.
All right.
But
Okay.
Mike, it's back to
All
you.
right. Is that better now? I think I've switched to the
Oh, that's better. Yeah,
the
that's a little
headset.
clearer for me.
Okay. Yeah. And let me get back here now to the. And you're seeing the slide now.
You're in good shape.
Okay. Okay. Good. All right. I want to talk about strategy for a second. Strategy is absolutely critical in this public assistance process. You have to understand the rules, and we're coming to that. But it's important to understand you just don't start reacting, but strategize. And to strategize, you've got to know a little bit about the game. You go to well, nobody's been to a sporting event for months, but when you did go to sporting events, on the sidelines somewhere, there's a coach, there's a manager who's watching the on-field play. He or she can see the game differently than the players. That's their job, is to see the game differently from the players. They're not in there in the middle of it. They're observing it. And it's so important to do that. I talked with a client on the West Coast. They spent $140,000 to buy sprayers to clean their facilities, to sanitize their facilities. They may get 10 or 15 cents on the dollar reimbursement because FEMA only pays for the amount of time you actually use it on the specified disaster. What they probably would have been better off to do is to rent them. And even if the rental cost was 2 or 3 times higher than a monthly purchase price, FEMA would pay probably the full cost if they just rented it instead of bought it. That's what I'm talking about strategy, is understand what you can and can't get reimbursed for and make your actions appropriately. And you can't do that if you don't know anything about the game at all. It's the same thing with taxes. This is why lots of us hire a tax person to do it, because they're more familiar with the rules. This is what they do all the time. And they should be able to do a better job for us than we might do ourselves, unless we're a finance person, as many of our people are. Okay, I'm going to skip a couple of slides here. Okay, now what we're not going to cover in this training. There's a thing FEMA has called individual assistance. This is for homeowners, people who own their home and live in it. If their home is damaged, there is some federal assistance, but I'll tell you, it's not much money. I think it's somewhere around $31,000 is the maximum that you can get. And the average payouts are often only a few $1,000s. We're not going to talk about small business administration loans, with a couple of exceptions. This is for businesses, this is for nonprofits. We're not going to talk about debris management and some other significant post-disaster issues. So we simply can't cover everything in this training. And this is my zombie apocalypse slide. I was down in Galveston, Texas doing this training, and somebody was upset with me because I didn't talk enough about Hurricane Ike. So I've got people here from coast to coast, all kinds of different disasters. We're all experiencing COVID. Some of us are also perhaps running a second concurrent disaster. And the disaster doesn't matter. It's the rules. The rules are printed in black and white. If it's a zombie apocalypse, a hurricane, a tornado, a fire, an earthquake, the rules are the rules, okay? And so I don't mean to diminish the importance of what disasters you may currently have or have been through in the past, or you may be in the future, but the rules are the rules. And they are subject to interpretation regionally and individually by FEMA employees, but don't get too hung up on what your particular disaster might have been or might be. Okay, I think we have a break slide. Yeah, we have a break, but we took a break, so we're not going to take the break right now. But no animals were injured in the taking of these pictures, but I think we have a training video here. Yes, we do.
Mike, I don't know if we can hear that.
Hold on.
Oh, is it because it's in your headphones maybe?
Gotta go the other way. Hang on a second, Craig. Let me see what
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to put the microphone down by the speakers.
Okay.
Let me know if you can hear that.
No.
Okay.
Is it because it's coming through your headphones probably?
Yeah, let me unplug.
Oh, that's a good picture.
Can you hear that now?
I hope that wasn't you, Mike.
No.
Honey, are you at the club?
Yes.
I'm at the mall now and I found this beautiful leather coat. It's only $1,000. Can I get it?
Well, sure, if you like it that much.
Okay. I also stopped by the Mercedes dealership and found a new model. You know, the one I really
How
like.
much?
120.
Well, at that price, I want you to all the options.
Great. Oh, and one more thing, the house we wanted last year is back on the market. They're asking 1.5.
We'll make them an offer. But come in at 1.4.
Okay. I love you, baby.
I love you too.
Okay, bye.
Does anybody know whose phone this is?
You can hear that? Right.
I could hear that loud and clear, yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh wait, but can you plug in your microphone or your headphones again?
Yeah.
Because I think it sounded significantly better when you had that plugged in. This is, hey, just for the record, everyone, this is how you make sausage, guys. I think you want to probably go to Keynote. Something's not liking that. So Mike, maybe this is a great opportunity for us all to take just like a 5-minute break.
Yeah, let's do that, Craig.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let's call it a 5-minute break, guys. We'll see you back shortly, and bigger and better than ever.
Can you hear me now, Craig?
I can, and we're back in business. I cut your webcam if you want to start that back up.
Okay.
And then we'll give everyone, well, now it's down to 4 minutes, but
Yeah.
so for the record, everyone paying attention at home, we're on a 4-minute break, or what's left of.
Okay. Okay. And you got the slide now?
Looks good to me.
Okay, good, good. All right.
And so we're coming back in about, give or take, about 3.5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll give it just about another minute or so.
Okay.
I'll have to come up with some good holding music. So if anybody in the audience has any suggestions for some good holding music besides Jeopardy, let me know via question and I'll do my best. It's only because it's too obvious.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, why don't we get back started up?
All right. I am ready to rock and roll here. So we're now getting into the core of the matter. This is a chart taken from the FEMA website. It's an older chart, but it gives you an idea of the number of steps that are involved in the process. Many of them are kind of upfront to get the process going. And I've color coded it and shape coded it. And when it's got 3 boxes stacked like it does there on the first rectangle program, a proclaim local city emergency, could be county emergency or other district emergency, depending on what state you're in. And we'll keep coming back to this chart to mark our progress. And one of the things that often people tell me is, well, the last time we had an EOC exercise, there wasn't much for us to do in the finance and administration. And I would beg to differ, because I think there's all these things to do when you're in an EOC, either an activation or an exercise. So the event occurs, or the exercise is started, and you set up the emergency operation, the EOC center, or the DOC, the Department Operations Center. And then you have next contact the cost recovery staff. This implies they know who they are, that you've thought about this, that you have somebody designated within your organization to be in charge of cost recovery. Then contact the departments for DOC or Department Operations Center locations. Depending on the disaster, some of your people, their facilities may have been affected and they may not be able to operate where they were. There was a case some years ago, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where the city emergency operations center was blown literally off its foundations by an F4 tornado. And they had to go to the University of Alabama, which was nearby, and ask if they could use their emergency operations center. So you hope it never happens, but you never know. So you have to plan, what if it happens? Survey departments for CR, that's my shorthand for cost recovery support needs. Maybe you did staff training, maybe you gave them all the forms that need to be filled out, track labor, equipment, and materials. And guess what? They lost them, or they forgot they had them, or what they did with them. So you may have to make sure they've got them. Assigned staff to support departments.
You know, Mike, just real quick, do you mind if we launch just a poll? I meant to do this about a minute or two ago, but does your organization have a physical EOC? And you guys can talk on now, but that was something as I was looking at these slides, I'm like, we had an EOC that was a makeshift one, but do actually people have a space that they can call, a dedicated emergency operating center, or is it a multiple use kind of thing? I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Mike.
No, that's quite all right. Yeah, I mean, not everybody has a single use EOC. Lots of people, it's a training facility or an assembly area or a meeting room. So assigned staff. And in going around the curve, process the startup documentation. We'll look at those startup documents in a few minutes. Remind departments to photo document the response. You have to prove the damages. And if your people go out and clean up a mess or repair something before it's been properly documented, and in some cases inspected by FEMA, when they do get out there after it's all cleaned up, they're going to say, don't see the problem here. Whatever it was, it's not eligible because we can't see the problem. So you have to make sure your people don't start cleaning up before they take pictures. Somebody's got to document it and write up a report and take as many pictures as needed to fully document the nature and extent of the damage. Then we've got a box there that's in a broken line, activate disaster purchasing. And the reason that's in a broken line is because that may not be within the finance or administrative department. Some agencies, they have decentralized purchasing. Every department does their own purchasing. Well, you got to make sure that all those people know about FEMA's purchasing rules or the rules in Title II of the Code of Federal Regulations, Part 200. And we're going to focus on purchasing later, but make sure. And then determine status of IT systems. Most of us, all we can do without a login and a password and a working computer is sit around and drink coffee all day because everything is done on computers except meetings, and lots of people take their computers to meetings. So the IT thing is critical. And so there's all these steps, all these processes to go through as a disaster progresses through time. Okay. Well, I'm trying to change slides
Oh,
here.
it looks like
Okay,
oh, there you go.
here you go. So some of you recognize this guy. He was our governor for a while, and I use his picture because when he was governor, he was an action governor, like he was an action hero, and his successor, Jerry Brown, was just the opposite. Schwarzenegger would declare an emergency or proclaim a local emergency, a state emergency, at the drop of a hat. Jerry Brown, on the other hand, being much more fiscally conservative, even though he was a Democrat, was very hesitant to proclaim disasters because he knew it cost the state money, sometimes a lot of money. But my point on this slide is that a properly worded and executed local disaster proclamation is absolutely important. You want to set this out as a statement for the press, for the media, for the public, and for other government agencies that a disaster has affected your community and you're underwater on it. It's completely overwhelmed your capabilities to respond to it, and you need outside assistance, certainly from the state, possibly from the federal government. And you get this started with a properly worded and executed local proclamation. Okay, whoops, no, keeps going the wrong way here on me. Okay, so this guy, he works for the state. Okay, he's a happy, Mr. Happy. Used to be, at least in my home state of California, that you'd have several days to get your damage estimate together. Now they want numbers day one, and they know those numbers aren't going to be accurate and that they're going to get worse, but they want numbers because without knowing how much damage you've got, they're hesitant to spend state money or request federal money without knowing the extent of the damage. If you go to page 26 and 25 and 26 in your book, this is a FEMA form that you as a local emergency manager probably will never see, and that's okay. But I'm showing it to you so you know what information the feds are looking for. Okay, at the top, you got some routine information, the county, the name of the applicant, local contact, so on. Notice there they want the budget and the balance, okay, for the total budget and then the maintenance and the balance. Then you've got that open space there where it says category, number of sites, types of damage. FEMA's got 7 categories of damage. A is debris management, B is emergency protective measures, and C through G are permanent work categories. We'll come to those later. But then below that, mid-page, it's the general impact. Verify and describe damages which constitute a health and or safety hazard to the general public. What's the population adversely affected directly or indirectly by the loss of public facilities or damages? What economic activities are adversely affected by the loss of public facilities or damage? So they're looking at more than just numbers of facilities damaged, number of homes damaged, dollars involved. What's the impact on the community? So understand they're going to be looking for this. And B there, what's the response capability? Can the applicant respond and recover without a degradation of public services? And the implied comment there is without federal money. And at the bottom C, what's the impact on public services if there isn't a declaration. And then on the back is the instructions. And number 2, it says obtain the annual budget and current status as usually reflected in a monthly budget report. This puts the finance department front and center in the response. Almost immediately, you have to provide your annual budget and your current budget status. And it makes a difference because if the budget happens, well, we're in July. Many agencies are on a July 1, June 30 budget. Theoretically, most agencies are flush with cash right now. The budget just got approved. You know, you haven't got all your tax receipts, but you've got money on the balance. But come June, if you have the same disaster, you're running on fumes. You know, maybe all you've got is enough money left in the budget to make the final payroll in that budget year. And nobody's been buying anything for several weeks. I worked for an agency where come the middle of May, the budget director would cut off purchases. So finance is up front and center. Number 4, third line, your damage estimate should be developed on the site estimate sheet using unit price or lump sum estimates. We're going to look at those forms later. Number 5, while traveling between sites, obtain information from local officials as to the status of the recovery, excuse me, and the impact of damages, which will affect health and safety of the population and economic activities. When the state and the feds come out to do the preliminary damage assessment, or the PDA, you're going to take them around in a vehicle, possibly a van or a SUV where several people can ride, somebody from the state, somebody from FEMA, and then your local people. And if you're going to look at roads and bridges, you got to have a roads and bridges person there. Don't send somebody from facilities, unless you're going to look at facilities also, and then you've got to send somebody with facilities knowledge along with that. And so you need people who are smart and understand what to say and what not to say. You don't want somebody out there and you're looking at a building that's been damaged by a flood, and one of the city or county workers says, yeah, we were thinking of tearing that one down next year. Oops. Okay, because if you're going to tear a building down or sell it within a year, FEMA's not going to fund it. All right. And maybe that was the plan, or maybe that was the rumor you heard, but it's not the fact. So you need to be very careful and very tight-lipped when you're on these preliminary damage assessment tours. Number 7, second line, itemize the population affected by category or by specific large loss of public service. Again, what's the impact to the community? And 8, assess local government capability to effectively recover from the disaster. So this is what they're looking for up front, not just numbers, but impacts. And if you understand that, then you can help start tailoring the information to what they're looking for. Let's see if I can get this thing to do this right. Okay. What is finance and admin section? It's there we go. The finance and admin section has a role in tallying damage. Okay, you need numbers. It's not just you got 47 houses or 200 houses and $6 million worth of damage to public facilities. What are the impacts to the community at large? I mean, you look at COVID-19. When I was an emergency manager, I went to literally years of meetings in Los Angeles County over pandemic planning. Nobody ever mentioned in these meetings shutting down business. They were just concerned about the health issues. That was the narrow focus of the health department, and no other planners got involved to talk about what about the effect on business? What about the effect on stock market? What about the effect on the price of oil or the price of gasoline? Okay. What about all the restaurants that are going to close, or all the sporting events, or all the movies, or all the gyms that are closed? Okay. Nobody ever talked about those things. What are those other impacts? Very little cost recovery is actually going to occur within your emergency operations center. The EOC is going to start and monitor cost tracking and set the stage, but in the EOC, you're mostly going to be, or should be, in my opinion, focusing on damage assessment and preparing for a proclamation if one hasn't been made already. And if you go to page 27, you'll see some documents there. Now, in this book, there are three kinds of forms. There are FEMA forms, which are etched in titanium. Only the feds can change them. There are state forms for your respective state, which obviously only your state can change. And then there are my forms, and they're carved into polenta. You can change them any way you want. You can use them or not. They are simply tools and disguised checklists disguised as tools. So this EOC check-in instructions, I would blow this up to 3 foot by 4 foot and put it either right inside or right outside the door to my emergency operations center or department operations center, so that as people report to work, they see the steps they need to do. They don't need to interrupt somebody who may be busy to ask them, what do I do, or what's going on? So you put this up there big so people will see it and adhere to it. On page 28 is an EOC individual job log. A lot of organizations use the ICS 214. I'm going to talk about that form more later, but in lieu of the ICS 214, you could use a form similar to this, as long as you're properly signed into the Emergency Operations Center. Unless, of course, it's your policy to use an ICS 214. But if it is, I would recommend you use the one that I'm going to present to you, which is a modified version. Then there's page 29, which is an EOC daily section time log. So your EOC section leader will be responsible for filling this out, or at least making sure that somebody does it. And then on page 30 is what I consider one of the most little known but most important forms, and that is an assisting agency or mutual aid status report. If we have a disaster big enough where we need outside assistance, mutual aid, we in finance need to know about it, we need to track it, and we need to be sure that they're properly documenting their labor, their equipment, and their materials. Because the rule is that if you get mutual aid from another jurisdiction, another local jurisdiction, city, county, special district, your agency is responsible to pay that agency for its labor, equipment, and materials, and then request reimbursement from FEMA. If your mutual aid comes from the state, if you get state Division of Transportation to come out and help work on the roads or bridges, then they can apply direct to FEMA for that mutual aid, but only if it's a state. If it's another local agency, you as a local agency have to repay the other local agencies and then request reimbursement from FEMA. So it's important for us to know, and I would go so far is if you've got a very large event and you've got a staging area, have somebody from finance out there at staging and passing out the forms that you want other people to use, other agencies to use. Take a look at their forms and see if their forms cover the tracking details. And if they don't, then give them your form and ask them to use those.
Yeah, Mike, real quick on this topic, I had a quick poll that I wanted to reach out to everybody.
Sure.
Is your organization prepared to collect analog data? And so you hit it exactly on the head. So like, you know, as the finance folks are passing out forms, whether they be procurement or other things, you know, one of the things that we don't even think about is how much we rely on technology and computers to do the work that we do. Excuse me. And so, you know, when the first time I ever had to open up or become part of opening up an EOC for an event, you know, I realized that our organization was woefully understaffed and undertrained, I suppose, in how do we not use computers to do the work that we do, and whether that's inclusive of payroll, purchasing, what have you. You know, we were ill prepared for it, and so it was a great exercise to go through to understand, you know, these sorts of things. And so, Mike, as you mentioned that, I just want to make sure, you know, ask everyone. And so I do put in the joke, what the heck is analog? But I now kind of think about it, I'm like, there are probably a lot of people that don't know what that is. Mike,
Yeah.
you know what analog is, right?
Unfortunately, I do.
Right. So analog is simply paper. So exactly what Mike mentioned is, you know, how do you do payroll? How do you do purchasing? How do you collect all that stuff when you don't have email to do it necessarily?
Yeah, and years, probably 15 years ago, I did a project for every city in Los Angeles County. We did what we called an EOC in a box, and it was a collection of half a dozen large cartons, and it had forms like this in it, status boards or forms, paper, everything was paper and pencil, except there was a box of, and this is how old it was, there was a box of 3.5 floppy disks.
Sure. I think in my box we had a hand stamp of my signature, so that I didn't have to sign every document back, like, you know, back when people had to sign every document.
Yeah, and it was half a dozen cases of forms and supplies, pencils and paper, all manual. I called it a Civil War EOC. Okay. And we made them for every city and county, every city in Los Angeles County. So that was 88 cities, and some people actually bought a second or third one because they would put them in different locations. But you have to be prepared to do it manually, at least at the very start. Okay, next slide. Okay. Some of you, I'm sure, have taken Incident Command System training, NEMS. In California, you've taken perhaps SEMS training, Standardized Emergency Management System, all kind of part of the same thing. How do you manage? And in the ICS system, one second here.
Well, you know, Mike, we got a really good question in, I think, and you
Okay.
determine whether now is the time to bring it up, or I think a little bit later today.
Nope.
Are all mutual aid agreements cost reimbursement based? If
No.
not, what do you do if the mutual aid is not normally reimbursed?
Okay. And that's a problem that California is dealing with right now. You can have mutual aid for hire or mutual aid that is not reimbursed. And in fact, in your, I believe in your supplemental forms package, as long as somebody brought it up, now I'll talk about it. There's a form in there. This is the longer version on legal size, and it's a checklist basically to track your understanding and the understanding of the agency that you're requesting mutual aid from, what is going to be paid. Is it wages and benefits? Is there agency backfill? Is there travel expense, mileage, airfare, auto rental, fuel, meals, lodging? All of these things, are there special dietary restrictions for the person you're sending? Okay. Workers' compensation insurance, automobile liability insurance, all these different things. We've had a lot of problems in California with people requesting mutual aid and people sending mutual aid, and then some people will request reimbursement for wages and lodging and meals, and sometimes it's provided. Other times they just go up there on a volunteer basis. So it can go either way, and you have to clearly explain to the agency you're talking to, or to the state if you're requesting it through the state, this is what we're prepared to pay or reimburse, and this is what we're not prepared to pay or reimburse. And so this is a fairly comprehensive list of all the various cost items. You know, should they bring their own laptop computer, or are you going to have a computer for them? Little things like that that make a big difference when somebody gets there and it's like, well, we haven't got a machine for you to work on. Oh, okay, well, get us coffee then. Okay, so yeah, that's a great question, because it's not always the same. Did I cover that for that person?
I think so. I'm sure he'll
Okay.
let us know.
All right. So ICS, Incident Command System, It's not cost recovery. And the ICS objectives are preservation of life, preservation of property, and a preservation of the environment. I haven't said one word about cost recovery here because they're not focused on it. They get a little bit to it. They say the efficient use of resources, okay? But understand that ICS is not focused on cost recovery. It's focused on incident management. So we have to just understand that just because somebody's using all the proper ICS forms doesn't mean you're going to gather enough information for cost recovery, particularly with the ICS 214 and the ICS 213 resource request. Okay, got some slides here on the finance section in EOC. You got a time unit, you got a purchasing unit, which is a little odd because they don't actually do the purchasing. That's done in logistics, but they coordinate with logistics so that the money that logistics needs to know is in the budget or the transfer has been made. A cost analysis unit has nothing to do with the cost analysis required by the federal government under 2 CFR Part 200. That's the procurement regulations. We will come to that and talk about cost analysis on the last day. And here it's just what's the most cost-effective way to do a certain thing, but it has nothing to do with procurement. Then compensation and claims. You're going to have lots of claims activity, insurance claims. I mean, disasters do damage and people get upset and then they look around to sue. You get workers, disaster workers that are injured. They may be your own employees. They might be mutual aid employees. They could be volunteers. Now, at least in California, they have a system where if you have properly registered disaster service workers, then they're covered under state workers' comp, which protects the agency from any kind of claims on workers' comp. And other states probably do it differently, but in California, if your disaster service workers are properly registered, then they're covered under state workers' comp. Cost recovery documentation unit, there is a documentation unit within the plan section, but don't count on them to have all the information you need for cost recovery. They're more about the incident records and not about cost recovery. And then I've added a piece there, photo documentation, because while photo documentation is not the responsibility of the finance department, it'll be tough, really tough, if you don't have photographic documentation of the damage done by the disaster. So if you're not doing it, make sure to remind other people to do it. Another option would be to mobilize, if you have a volunteer group, like a volunteer in policing or a CERT team or a DART team, one of these volunteer groups, that you train them on how to document disaster damage. And not just take pictures, but organize the pictures in a way that you can access them and find them so that you get the right pictures attached to the right damaged facilities when you're writing your project worksheets. Okay, I'm trying to move ahead here. Okay, now I'd like to do an exercise here. And imagine for a moment that a disaster has suddenly occurred, a tornado or an earthquake or a bomb explosion, what I call a sudden onset event, okay? Not a flood, because, you know, a flood typically, unless it's a flash flood, you know, you see it coming down the Mississippi River, and well, it's going to be here in 10 days. So we got 10 days to prepare. Well, that's a long lead time. Or a hurricane, you got 3 days, it's still out in the Atlantic and hasn't hit land yet. So that preparation for that's different. But a sudden onset event, what would you do? So the disasters happened, the earthquake, the bomb, tornado, and you're just crawling out from underneath the table that you got under, and you're dusting yourself off. What are the first 3 things you need to do? And so I'd like to take a minute and have each of you write down 3 things that you should do first. Relative to cost recovery, as soon as you realize you're not a victim, okay, at least you're not injured. Okay, you don't know about your home yet, but you know you're not injured. So let's just take a couple of minutes and do that. I'm going to go off camera for just a second. Okay, can you still hear me, Craig?
I sure can.
Okay. Let's see now if we can't get a few brave souls to offer up suggestions about what they would do. People
Okay,
want
so yeah, if everybody wants to, or anybody wants to submit their, I know some of you already figured it out, in the questions drop down or tab in your control panel, usually off to the right. So Mike, do you want them as they come in, or do you want me to wait until we collect some?
we need I want to have try and have a little discussion here.
Okay, I'll see if there's any gravity towards any one particular number.
Yeah, see if anybody's. Oh, this is where it's the virtual training is a challenge.
Yeah. Well, Mike, you might be able to see those. Do you have your question tab or section opened up on your control panel?
I do now.
Do you see those questions coming in, or the answers?
Yeah, they're too far away though. I can't see them.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. All right. So what I'm seeing now is take pictures, document and access. I can't see the rest. Document.
Assess situation, number 1, 2, identify damaged areas, 3, set up evacuation sites.
Okay.
In some, take pictures, let's see, document and access the damage, take photos and make notes is my thoughts. Assemble resources, develop action plan. Another one's declare a local emergency, activate EOC, start assessment, documentation.
Okay, that's good. That gets us started. When I've got a live room and I'm passing out, maybe it's because I can't pass out the chocolate. When I'm passing out the chocolate, things seem to work much better.
Always does.
And the one answer that I'm looking for is, and it's almost always a woman that says it, is checking my family. And that's the right number 1 answer. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the disaster is. What's the status of your family? Because if you don't know what's going on with your family, you're not going to be present at the disaster, even if you're at work. That walnut brain has kicked in, it has seized control, and all you can think about is my family. All right? And it doesn't matter whether they're 2-legged family or 4-legged family, okay? You're focused on family, okay? In-laws, not so much, but family, definitely. And so that's another layer that we have to think about, even though we're finance and cost recovery people, is how's my family doing? What are my provisions? So we know that we're going to have to be at work to help, and maybe not the first couple of days, but once things start to settle down, we start assessing the damages and so on. We're going to have to be at work and present, and hence we need to know that our family's okay and taken care of. All those things are correct. But the one that's going to jump into our head front and center is the question about my significant others. Now, on page 31 is some emergency operations basics, okay? Just some things to think about. But on page 32 and running for 4 pages is the what to do list. And let's see if I can get to the what to do list here. There we go. There's the what to do list. And this is designed for a sudden onset event. So if you're in a jurisdiction that doesn't have or is not likely to have a sudden onset event, then you may want to modify this. What do I need to do? And in some parts of the country, especially for hurricane planning, they're quite good at this. They know that 72 hours out, if you're in the hurricane projected path, you want to be doing these things. And if you're 48 hours out, you want to be doing this. And at 24 hours out, you want to start doing this. So your list for a gradual onset event may be quite different, but it may look at some of these very same things. And obviously, family is going to be at the top as well. So here you got 1A, you're at home. 1B, you're at the office. 1C, you're commuting. And you're halfway between house and office, for those of you that still have an office to go to. Then you develop useful information. Now this can be turning on the radio. I wouldn't advise if you're driving, reading tweets, but perhaps turning on the radio, and maybe as important, if you're commuting some distance to get to your workplace, observe what's going on in the communities around you. If you're going through a community or trying to get through a community that's been particularly hard hit, or you can't even get into that community because the roads are closed and you've got to take a detour around, that tells you that area is very hard hit. And if your community is not that hard hit and mutual aid's going to be arriving, it's going someplace else first. It's going to the hardest hit communities first and will work its way down in the order of priorities. So when you get to your emergency operations center, your department operations center, city hall, county office building, then you want to report your observations as you were coming in. Number 3, begin to notify personnel. And here's where I put in a plug for texts and tweets. Your cell phone, this little wonderful device here, soaks up an amazing amount of bandwidth when you use it in the phone mode. But when you use it in the text or tweet mode, it uses a tiny bit of the electronic spectrum, and your texts and tweets will get through much more often than if you're trying to make a phone call. So think about texting and tweeting in a disaster, because it'll be more effective for everybody.
You know, Mike, on that note, I just want to launch another quick poll just to kind of get everyone's take on this. Is, you know, the previous questions we asked about, are you ready to collect information via analog or non-digitally? And I kind of want to flip that now and talk about, as we're talking about tweeting and texting, you know, does your organization utilize a project counting applications or software like, you know, an ERP system often has this, or more of the current ERP systems? But as you talk about text and tweeting, something to keep in mind as well, obviously tweets, unfortunately, for better or for worse, are there forever. And so tweets obviously are something that you could utilize and potentially, you know, call on if you had to recollect things. But something with text, and this is something I learned in a disaster environment, is texts are very short-lived. In fact, I don't recall exactly off the top of my head how long they do last, but they don't last nearly as long as you would think. And so if there's information that you're communicating through text, it is something that after the event is done and sort of quote unquote the proverbial dust settles, you should get active as far as grabbing that information, because, you know, if it takes a long time to complete your application, you know, whatever the purpose, but just know that texts aren't as digital as things are, and as little bandwidth as you mentioned. They take it's part of the reason why they take up less is because they're not stored in the same way, and they're wiped clean. So something to be aware of as well.
Yeah, very good point. And I would look at those as short text, like, you know, a big earthquake in California. I'm okay, headed to the office. You know, that sort of thing, where I'm not putting in significant data in terms of cost recovery or incident management, but more personal information, you know, like, I'm okay, how are you guys doing?
Sure, absolutely.
That kind of thing. Yeah, because it does have a shelf life. So you've got 4 pages there. Feel free to use them or modify them or not use them, you know, and if you've got something better, but checklists are great tools. If anybody's read the Checklist Manifesto, I highly recommend it. It's all about the power of checklists. It's a very easy read and very, very useful because it helps overcome that walnut brain phenomenon when the amygdala kicks in. And I had personal experience where I had prepared checklists and we had a flooding disaster in the community I worked for. And I just opened the book to the certain page I wanted and I gave it to people as they came in the EOC. And I said, here, work this list, start doing these things in this order. And if you get stuck on something, you can't do it, then go to the next thing and then let me know what you weren't able to do. But it just makes it a lot easier. Even if you've had a lot of training, you forget. And in the Checklist Manifesto, he talks about medical personnel who do these procedures all the time. And having a checklist ensures that they never skip a step. Or an airline pilot, you know, they fly by checklist. On certain airlines, you can listen to the cockpit as they're talking to the tower, and you'll hear them running through their checklist to make sure that they've got everything and got it in the correct order. Okay, case history of the winter floods on page 36. This was a document written up for me by a lady. Her name was Gina. She was the emergency coordinator in this small city at the time. And they had heavy rainstorm and a flood control storm drain eroded, and they got 2 giant sinkholes in a major highway. They were concerned whether they would be able to get FEMA money and keep FEMA money because they didn't do a good job of documenting the damage. The pictures they had were pictures taken by city councilmen when they went to see it. They weren't taken by any responders. They weren't taken by anybody who was a engineering expert, if you will. Nobody in public works took the pictures. They didn't have any records of their time, their labor, equipment, and materials, which was too bad because I had done training of those people. Their finance people had printed the forms and they'd put them in plastic bags, you know, large baggies, and put them in the glove compartment of the trucks for public works. And not one person pulled one out and used one. They just didn't think about it. And they did not activate their EOC at the time. Had they done so, and people in the EOC had been asking them, where's your labor reports? They might have gotten some, but they didn't. And the invoices they got when they contracted out for work, it just said storm work. It didn't say any specifics. It didn't say the location, how many cubic yards, how many feet of pipe. They didn't say anything. It just said storm work. And they were very concerned, and they were smart enough to reserve $960,000, the cost of the repair. They reserved that in their budget in case they had an audit, and they did have an audit, and the auditors challenged them and wanted that $960,000 back. Now I'm going to let it hang there. We will come to that later on in the program, but this is the write-up that Gina did, and I didn't change a word in there. It just explains the predicament they were in. Okay, we're back here to our chart. We're going to make damage assessment. So we're going to jump into talking about damage assessment now. Page 38, this is from the San Simeon earthquake, which was in 2003. That's 17 years ago. But guess what? Nothing has changed, okay? These statements here still hold water. First of all, damage assessment plays a vital role in the initial minutes and hours of disaster response operations. 2, damage assessment's crucial to the recovery phase. 4, there's an incredible convergence at the scene of emergency management for damage assessment. 6, it's not a one-time occurrence. It's going to happen over and over again. 7, the initial accuracy is going to be almost worthless, but you got to start somewhere. That number is going to go up. 8, damage assessment is a politically salient event. There isn't one of your elected officials who's not going to care about it. Okay, they want to know where's the damage, what's the damage, what's affected in the community that I represent. And number 10, many steps can be taken before and after a disaster to ensure an efficient and effective assessment of damages. And I highlighted there where it particularly concerns finance and administration. So the damage assessment, money from the federal government is based on need. We have to do a thorough damage assessment. We have to prove the damage with written reports and photographs. Without that, they're not going to pay attention to us, okay? If we can't prove the damage, then as far as they're concerned, it didn't exist. Now, on this chart that's on page 39, I want to break this out for you piece by piece. You've got the whole thing there, but I want to walk through it. Up at the top, you've got the rapid needs assessment, sometimes called the initial damage estimate or the windshield survey. It can go by different names. And by the way, some of these things will happen maybe simultaneously or in slightly different order or overlap. You've got the preliminary damage assessment. You've got the inspections, and I've got under there ATC 20 and ATC 45. ATC 20 is the seismic, post-earthquake seismic evaluation, and ATC 45 is the flood evaluation standard. Then you've got debris measurement. Debris in many disasters is a huge factor, and that's part of your damage assessment process. And then you have your list of projects, which may go by a different name in your state. I know Texas has got a different name. Nebraska, they call it the Red Book. Whatever your state calls the listing of all the damage in your community, both to public facilities as well as private facilities, homes, businesses, and so on. And then I put in there the scope of damage, which will follow. That's the detail work. And then below that, I put photo documentation. Now, that's your initial start. Then your inspections, you've got public property, you've got private property, both commercial and residential. You've got not-for-profit, let's say a Boys and Girls Club or a battered women's shelter, different kinds of nonprofit organizations. And then you've got public other agencies. So in a county, you've got cities, they're covered here, but then you may have a college or a university, you may have a stormwater district, you may have a cemetery district, you could have a lot of different districts within that county, and you have to collect all that information so you make the numbers, which I'll talk about in a minute. Then,
sorry, while you're talking, do you mind if we launch a poll? Just something that came up as you and I were talking about this yesterday about, we were mentioning earlier the mutual aid agreement. And as we're talking about building inspection, I thought it would be a great opportunity to ask this question. So as people are asking this, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. So your public facilities, you've got the facilities, you've got roads and bridges, public utilities, and that's publicly owned utilities, not private investor-owned utilities. Although their damages count too, but they can't get FEMA money like we can. You've got building systems, your elevators, your fire protection systems, your heating and ventilating, air conditioning. The building structurally may be okay, but your transformers are in the basement and they got flooded and they're soaked, and so you have no electrical in the building now because your transformers are wet. Then you've got building contents, the furniture, the equipment. You have vehicles possibly, particularly if you have a fleet maintenance facility or a firehouse where you've got, vehicles inside. And then you've got IT, information technology and communications, which is a specialty unto itself, and then relocation. So if you have a building or a facility damaged and you've got to relocate, that can be eligible, but you've got to have the inspections to prove the damage. And these lines that connect the blue boxes to the orange boxes go to each one of these things. But if I did that, all you just see is a gray trapezoid there. And there are other inspections. So on a private home, if you have insurance, your insurance carrier is going to be out there. If you want assistance from the American Red Cross, they're going to send an inspector out there. So you may have other inspectors going out, and people will be angry and upset. How come I have to be there every day this week for an inspection? Why can't you people do the inspections all in one day? Well, you just can't. It's very difficult to coordinate all this, especially early on in the emergency. But understand, the inspection process is going to be multi-layered. Then on the private side, you've got residential and commercial. Residential are homes owned and occupied by the owner. If a tenant lives there, then it's commercial property. It's still a dwelling unit, but it's a business and it's treated differently. And then for both residential and commercial, you got to look at the property tax assessments, the utility taxes, enterprise fund revenue loss, such as if you have a publicly owned, city-owned water system. There was in Lake County, California, after one of the fires up there in, I believe, 2015, there's a small water company up there, burned to the ground. The plant burned, the office burned. The county was running their payroll for them because they had similar payroll systems. And they were scrambling to get back into business. And then somebody said, wait a minute, why are we running so hard to get back in business? We don't have any customers. All 400 homes that this water company supplied had burned also. What's the point of getting back into business right away? There's nobody to buy our water. So these chains of disasters, the things that follow the disasters, sometimes they defy our imagination. You got transient occupancy taxes. I mean, this is a staggering loss in COVID. I know of one city in Southern California, not far from Disneyland, where they had a conference cancel, and from that one conference canceling, they said it was $1 million tax revenue loss for hotels and meals. I mean, that's huge. That's huge. And all of these things, property tax assessment, utility taxes, and so on, are part of an economic impact analysis that finance has to do. This is damage assessment. And you can't trust this to a building inspector or a road and bridge inspector or a facilities inspector, because they don't know about all the economic stuff. They don't know about the revenue and the revenue losses that your agency may experience due to the disaster. One community that I'm working with in Southern California is projecting almost $50 million in revenue loss over COVID from January through the end of the past fiscal year and starting this new fiscal year. They think $50 million. And this is a city of 115,000 people. So it's a huge loss on a per capita basis. Furthermore, you've got to look at your damage information collection process. How does this work? How do you collect the information? The city of San Francisco, they have an office building on Market, at the corner of Market and Van Ness. It's called 1 South Van Ness. And it's an 8-story building. And it has more emergency related functions in it than any other facility in San Francisco that the city owns. And that's where the first building inspection team will go following a major earthquake in San Francisco, is to 1 South Van Ness. My question is, okay, they've inspected the building, now what? Let's just imagine they got there at 8 o'clock. Took them an hour to do the inspection. Now what? Where does that information go? Does it go back to building and safety? Are they even open? Does it go to the emergency operations center? Are they where they think they're going to be? When does it go there? Immediately after they finish the inspection, or when they go back for lunch, or at the end of the day? Okay. How fast does that information? And they may say the building is fine, it's structurally okay, but there's no power. So how do they know the elevators are working? How do they know the fire sprinkler system's working? Okay. So just because a building is not structurally damaged doesn't mean it's usable. So the damage collection process, if it's a small disaster, it can be fairly simple, but if it's a larger disaster, it can be quite complicated. And what you're seeing in the center there, the yellow, red, and green, is the ATC 20 standard. Green being okay, you can go in, but that doesn't mean you can use it. If there's no power, there's no water, there's no air conditioning or heating, it doesn't do you a lot of good to go in there if you can't use it, or the IT system or the phones aren't working. So what is your process for collecting the information, and how does it get to the people who need to know it rapidly? So rapid response is essential for damage assessment, to get state and federal assistance for media coverage. We looked at that FEMA form 90-80 on pages 25 and 26. You're going to need to provide maps, okay, of your community. If you get guest building inspectors or mutual aid building inspectors, probably many of them have never been to your community. So you need maps, you need transportation for them, rental cars if you don't have enough city or county vehicles. We at the local level have to show the preliminary damage assessment teams the sites and provide the loss estimates. We understand these numbers are likely to go up, and we want to focus on the effects on the population, on people's lives, on their jobs, on their business, on their education, and so on. It's our job to assess the damage. When the feds come out with the state to do the preliminary damage assessment, they are going to validate or verify the damage we report, but they themselves are not going to look for new damage. They don't know our community like we do, and they are not prepared to go out and do damage assessment. They're just going to look at what we point them to. We have to understand that. We're responsible for the damage assessment. It's our cost. And some of that is just going to jump out at you. Like here, you know, you can clearly see the road's been damaged, but there's oftentimes hidden damage that I'll talk about in just a second. I'm a civil engineer. I'm licensed to practice in my state. I've got 10, 12 years on. I could probably on the back of a napkin over lunch give you a high and low estimate on this repair. The low estimate is I can fill this hole in, I can put a small retaining structure there, repair the paving and the guardrail, the utilities, and that's the low estimate. The high estimate is I can't fix that slide, and I've got to actually cut into the mountain there, and that's going to cost a whole lot more money and take a whole lot more time. But that may be relatively easy compared to assessing the damage here. Because if I have a flood or an earthquake, or even a fire, in parts of the building that aren't affected, I could still have smoke damage throughout the entire building if the heating and ventilation system spreads that smoke around. In Hurricane Sandy, a $1 billion repair job was needed in the parts of the subway system because the seawater entered those subway tunnels from the storm surge. And that seawater starts those copper cables that power the subway, starts corrosion process. And when that happens, you can't stop the corrosion. All you can do is tear out the copper conductors and replace them all. And that's extremely expensive. So sometimes the damage assessment's going to go fairly easy, and sometimes it's going to take a lot of time and sometimes some very technical experts to help us determine the full extent of damage. So my question is, do we have a written damage reporting system? Do we have anything, a paragraph, a couple of pages on how damage assessment's going to be done? Who's going to do it? When I worked with San Francisco, I sent out a survey to departments asking them about their damage assessment responsibilities. And oddly enough, to a simple question, do you have damage assessment responsibilities? Some departments said yes. So for instance, the fire department said, yes, we do. Well, the fire department's damage assessment is different than a building inspector's damage assessment, is different than a IT, information technology damage assessment, because they're all looking at different things. The fire department's going to see if the building's on fire, if it's flooded, if it's collapsed. Okay, we're done. The building inspector is going to look at it in much more detail. Right? And the IT people are going to look at just a little bit of it, but obviously a very important part of it in our world to get that IT system back up and running. So do we have a plan of any kind? Do people know? Because you don't want people wasting their time inspecting something that somebody else has already inspected, somebody who's more qualified or the appropriate person to do the inspection. All right,
so my 2 points, we've got a poll open up just to get to your points. Does your organization have a written standardized damage reporting system across departments? Yes, no, I don't know. So we'll give people just a few more minutes or a minute or so to answer that. But Mike, we also got a question in. You mentioned sales tax loss. Is
yes.
this related to natural disasters, or can we use it for COVID?
Actually, it can be used for natural disasters. If you bear with me on that, I'm going to come to that to talk
Okay,
about the losses. So I'll just hold that question. I am going to
great,
talk about that,
great. Thanks, Mike.
but it's a good question. Damage assessment. So it's an ongoing process, perhaps seldom finished, or certainly not in any time soon. 1 month after the Northridge earthquake, so that's 1994, the estimate was just under $4 billion with a B. And 4.5 years later, in August of 98, it was just under $16 billion. So it quadrupled, almost quadrupled in 4.5 years. And you just can't see it up front, okay, because some of this stuff doesn't reveal itself to you automatically. Now, another important aspect is public damages versus private damages. We as a local government agency, whether we're city, county, special district, school district, whatever, we are not going to be involved directly in getting money for homeowners. That doesn't mean they're not going to call us and ask us. It just means they have to call FEMA to the 1-800 FEMA number and sign up. All right, but they will call us and ask us, but we're not really involved in it. But we do need to track the total losses so we can qualify to get a federal declaration. Let me explain. There's two numbers. There's a state number and a county number. I think it's around $1.47 right now, and it changes annually. If your state has a disaster and the damage is more than $1.47 or whatever the number is per capita. So if you have 1 million people in the state, you need $1,470,000 of damage. You qualify initially for consideration for a presidential declaration. But if you don't hit that number, if you have $1.30 per capita, yeah, it's going to be tough, but you're probably not going to get a federal disaster declaration. Okay, you got to hit that number. Now, if you're a small state, like I think Vermont's got 700,000 people, the minimum is $1 million. You got to have $1 million damage. Okay, but in California, because they got 38 million people or so, they've got to hit like $52 or $53 million statewide of damage before they qualify. So let's take California and let's take San Francisco. And San Francisco is a city and county. It's the only one in California. And it's a bad earthquake, and San Francisco has got $60 million of damage. Okay. And on a countywide basis, I think it's $3.56 or 57 cents per capita countywide. But right below San Francisco is San Mateo County. And they only have $3 per capita. So even though the state gets a disaster declaration, San Mateo County in this hypothetical case would not, because they don't hit the county number. So it's very important, if you're a county, to make sure you get all your cities, all your special districts, your school districts, your colleges, your universities, even though they may report to the state college or the state community college organization, the damage is in your state or in your county. Houston, Texas, Denver, Colorado, these cities are located geographically in 2 or 3 counties. So Harris County has part of Houston, Fort Bend County has part of Houston. So if I have a City of Houston building in Fort Bend County, I have to report that damage to Fort Bend County. not to where the city hall is in Harris County. So it makes it very complicated. If you've got jurisdictions that have crossed lines where they're reporting to the proper jurisdiction and that you're getting all the information. And one of the questions that I ask folks is, do you have a master list of all the government agencies in your county? Do you know who all of them are? And how about once you get past all the government agencies, how about all of the nonprofits that would be eligible? Because again, you want to add up, you've got to hit that number of $3.56 or 57 cents per capita to get the county declaration. So you can have, and it happens, where a state gets a declaration, but not every county does because they didn't hit that threshold. So that's an important piece. Now, another important piece is safety assessment versus damage assessment. Safety assessment deals with life safety, public health issues, and is a reimbursable expense. Damage assessment talks about what is it going to cost to fix this facility, and damage assessment is not a reimbursable activity. So your building inspectors need to know the difference, and they need to document the difference, because if they go out and do safety assessments all day and write down that they did damage assessments all day, all of their time is not going to be eligible. In fact, none of it will be. So they've got to call it by its proper name. And FEMA, I believe, adds to the confusion because they call it damage assessment, all right, when it should be safety assessment and damage assessment both. But we have to understand, safety assessment is an eligible reimbursable expense. Damage assessment is not, and you must do it. And if an inspector's out on a piece of property and for 30 minutes they're doing safety assessment and then 30 minutes they're doing damage assessment, they got to break it up 30 minutes and 30 minutes. Because if they make it all one or the other, and then FEMA sees, well, if they see it's damage assessment, they'll deny it. And if they look at it closely and say, well, let's see the record, and when they look at the files, they see, oh, there's damage assessment in there too, then they can deny it all. And they will not let you apportion it. So you can't estimate, well, our people worked for 10 hours today and they spent half the day doing damage assessment and half doing safety assessment. Nope, you got to have actual hours, okay? So many hours, so many minutes. They will not let you apportion it by a percentage. What is your damage assessment financial information flow? So you've designated somebody as a damage assessment coordinator who's going to talk to all the different departments and all the different operations to find out all the damage that you suffered. What information do they need and how does it flow? So risk management will need to talk to every department that's got an insured building. IT and communications will need to talk to every department and every facility that's got computers in it or communications in it. So you have to look and see, and I didn't put all the lines in here, otherwise it'd just be a massive gray there. Who collects the information, who processes it, and then where does it go after that, okay? Because collecting information does you no good if you don't turn it into usable, actionable information. Now, I want to talk to you about a real life problem. Yeah, a couple more slides, then we're going to take a little break. This is actual data that I worked as a volunteer initially for a small city in Northern California after a 2014 earthquake. And they got multiple calls for inspections at the same address. And this is a problem because one, it wastes time, Okay, you've got these building inspectors coming in on mutual aid, and they keep going out to these things and repeatedly inspecting them, and it's not getting tracked and followed. And so somebody gets sent out there again. FEMA may deny funding for supplemental inspections because they said, well, the first person that went out there did the damage, the structural safety assessment. That's all we're paying for is that first visit. We're not going to pay you to do this 2, 3, 4 times. Okay. And then look at the language here. This is the actual language. I didn't change the word. Some of the people who were these guest building inspectors were not actually building inspectors. They were civil engineers who worked for the State Department of Transportation or the State Hospital Planning Agency. And so while they understood the principles of seismic safety for buildings, they didn't really understand how to effectively communicate the kinds of damage that they had. So you find different kinds of explanations. I mean, and at the second one there, at Geminina, structural, that doesn't tell me anything. It tell me it could be the house is off the foundation. It could be that the chimney's fallen over. It could be that a post supporting a second story has collapsed. It could be a whole lot of things. It doesn't give me much detail as to what the specific nature and extent of the damages is. Building inspector mutual aid issues. This actually happened up there in this Northern California city. A couple of weeks after the earthquake, we started to get requests from these mutual aid building inspectors for reimbursement. By sheer accident, at a luncheon, I met a guy from the state agency who was supplying these people, and I said, oh, I'm so glad to meet you because we're getting requests from all your people for reimbursement. And he said, don't worry about it. He says, we already have taken care of it. So they were trying to double dip. They were trying to get double their reimbursements. All right. If FEMA caught on to that, we wouldn't get reimbursed if we had paid them twice, and we'd have had a tough time getting our money back from these individuals, simply because it wasn't a whole lot of money. But of course, when you add it all up, it adds up. So one of the things—
Real quick, we had 2 questions that came in related to, excuse me, the difference between why isn't damage assessment eligible? You were a previous conversation. And then what is the difference? Can you reiterate what the difference between a safety and a damage assessment?
Okay, damage assessment isn't eligible because that's the rule. Okay, the rule could be different, but it's not. All right, it's just the rule. And I don't know why, but that's the rule. What was the second one?
The second one was, can you reiterate the difference between safety and damage assessment?
Yep. So safety assessment is the process of evaluating a structure. Is it safe to be in this building or use this bridge or go on this particular road, whatever the structure is? Okay. Is this safe to use as it was designed or not? That is safety assessment. It doesn't say anything about there was water up 3 feet. Okay. But it came up and went down real fast, so there's not a lot of mildew in there. Okay. But the building is structurally sound. You maybe can't live in it because, well, I guess safety assessment would include if you had a lot of mildew in there and dry rot and stuff. But safety assessment basically is it's safe to use the building as it was designed. Damage assessment, on the other hand, is what is it going to cost to fix this thing? Okay, so one has to deal with safe to use, the other one cost to restore. That's the dividing line. Okay, so I first created a building inspector on page 43 and 44 in your book. There's a spreadsheet, and it's a wide spreadsheet. It's 43 and 44 side by side. So if you have two screen monitors, you should be able to see it really well. And every day that a mutual aid building inspector comes in, or a contract building inspector for that matter, they have to fill in their information. Every day, another line. The same inspector can't use the same line more than once because we have to track straight time and overtime separately, and you can't do that on successive days without it getting real squirrely. So it's just a simple spreadsheet, everybody, every day, and it's supported by this envelope here. And every day the inspector would get this envelope. This is your day's paperwork envelope. It could be this size, it could be bigger. And, you know, we're all bureaucrats. You need your name, what agency you're from, the regular hours worked, the overtime hours worked. And there's a thing on here called the SAP certificate. That's the Safety Assessment Program certificate. Because if they're an engineer and not a licensed building inspector, at least in California, then you have to have had the Safety Assessment Program training. Otherwise, FEMA might not pay for their time. So they have to somehow be qualified to do this work. On page 45, you see that form, and then that's the top one is for building inspector. The bottom one is for anybody else. And at the campfire, that's the one in Paradise, California that burned over 14,000 homes. We started to give this to the building inspectors, and we didn't have them on hand. We just sent somebody over to Staples. They bought a couple hundred envelopes, you know, in boxes, and we printed them on the photocopier right there in the emergency operations center. And then and they were white because they didn't have this color. Every inspector got one of these every day. And the message was, if you don't come back with anything in this envelope, you're not getting any expenses. If you have mileage, it's got to be recorded here. If you've got lunch, you've got to have a receipt for it. If you got a Coke that you want to get reimbursed for, that receipt better be in here, whatever, okay? So, and then that's the analog system that Craig talked about, because they're going to be out in the field. I mean, you could do it on a device, okay? But the chance that all those people are going to have that program loaded on their devices is pretty slim. So that's what we did up there at the campfire. All right, let's take a short break here, Craig.
Sure, you got it.
And let's come back at straight up on the hour.
Sure. And in the meantime, I'm going to open up our second to last poll. And just somewhat related, does your organization have disaster purchasing policies in place? So I know you were talking about the analog and all that sort of stuff. You know, do you have purchasing policies that say, you know, that you have to turn in forms or things like that? And just yes or no. But yeah, 5 minutes and then we'll come back.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay.
No, it's double mic.
Yes. Are you seeing my screen or
We see you.
you
I see
see
you
me?
twice.
You see me twice. Now me and a bunch of zebras,
But
right?
zebra running from a disaster, I assume.
Yeah, would be my assumption. Yeah.
Probably just somewhere on maybe Keynote, or that's your photo booth.
Photo booth. Keynote. There we go. There we go. Okay. So we're going to have a little training video now. And let's see how this one works. If it doesn't, you can't hear the sound. Oh, this is the German Coast Guard. It's all in German. Okay. I'll translate the English. There's a little bit of English.
Okay, thank you.
So he's speaking in German. He's given him an assignment. And now over the radio, He says, Mayday, Mayday, can you hear us? Can you hear us? We are sinking, we're sinking. This is the German Coast Guard. We're sinking, we're sinking. What are you sinking about? Now,
I was laughing at that one, just so you know.
okay. I did this, I've been using it for years. Somebody complained about it because they felt it was unfortunate for, or perhaps even prejudicial to somebody who had limited English skills or questionable immigration status. It's still here, and it's so important. This process of cost recovery is all about effective communication. It is all about effective communication. In the Title II of the Code of Federal Regulations, it says in part that a federal agency may translate grant requirements into local languages. So if you're in a heavily Spanish community, or a Filipino, or a Cambodian, or Russian, whatever languages may be predominant in your community, you may translate those grant requirements into those languages. But it says further, any discrepancy between the translation into a local language and the English version prevails. I go one step farther. The federal English version prevails. If you read these federal regulations, they do not read like we speak in day-to-day conversation. They're very stylized, and sometimes it makes them very difficult to understand. But that's our job, is to understand these regulations and then abide by them. And if we use the wrong words, for instance, the word levy is a red flag to FEMA, okay? If you have a levy, or what you call a levy, and in fact, it is a retention basin berm, they may deal with it. But if it's a levy, they'll throw it out, okay? So using proper words is absolutely critical. You can write something up so that it will be eligible, or you can write it up so that it is not eligible. And that's part of what I'm trying to do in these trainings, is to give you the proper language to use so that you get as much money as you can, as you qualify for, from FEMA.
Hey, Mike,
Okay.
we also got a question in. Does FEMA require original receipts, invoices with wet signatures, for that envelope that you were talking about, or will digital scan suffice? If an organization does have an app where they can scan receipts and stuff, is that acceptable?
Possibly. So, and I've been going over this with a county in Northern California. Now, this county, fortunately, in 2017, adopted a digital signature policy that says these documents, or these classes of documents under these conditions, can use a digital signature, and the one that they specify is DocuSign. Okay, there may be other systems out there. This one references DocuSign, and I think because they did that, they got some kind of a bulk rate from DocuSign. If you have such a policy, that is a real plus. All right. If you don't, then it's a little iffier. DocuSign seems to be a standard and pretty well established, but it requires some kind of a signature. A form requiring a signature that has no signature, you might as well submit a sheet of blank paper, okay? I mean, that's the fastest way to get a document bounced with FEMA, is have no signature when it requires one. As to whether it has to be wet or digital, you want to get a policy in place. That's the best course of action. And we went back and forth with this because all these county people were working from home, and they didn't want to have to send them an envelope with documents to be wet signed every day. So we said, well, let's do it every pay period, and then they'll sign, every 2 weeks for their work reports that they were working on COVID. Signatures absolute, and then they seem to be accepting, and FEMA more and more is getting into the digital and virtual world. So that's the best answer I can give you.
So just to follow up, so if someone has an electronic approval, or let's say they have a more current ERP system that has, a workflow process that could even be mobilized, right? It could even go through iPhones or something like that, and it's got an audit trail. Is that something that you would find, or in your experience, is acceptable by FEMA, as long as there's, some security or control over that, the digital information, as it were?
Yeah, you're probably going to be okay, but it has to be in a digitally unalterable file format.
Okay.
So, for instance, you send me a document in Adobe PDF. I can open that document page by page in Adobe Photoshop, and I can take the signature out. I can add another signature. I can modify that document and essentially create a forgery of your document using Photoshop. And I imagine there's other programs out there that'll do the same thing. So if it's alterable like that, it probably won't hold up. So when you do that, you need to make sure that it is a secure, that somebody else can't sign with your signature.
Well, how about that? Like in that particular case, let's say I log into my Windows account, which is Active Directory, which goes into my email, and then I send you an email to approve something. Because as it gets sent out, or at least as IT tells me, it keeps a record, or that transaction, as it were, in a digital format. Now, of course, I could take a version of that and edit it, but there's still that original file. I mean, are emails sufficient? Or are those considered to be, under this umbrella of, well, it's somewhat can be manipulated?
That's a question I don't have a good answer to.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. It might be an answer for your legal counsel or your IT people, who can tell you what the security level on that is. I mean, we all know that computer programs can be hacked.
Sure. And so, have you ever seen, like for example, with auditors, oftentimes, especially with the modern ERPs, you just give them, read-only access to certain pieces of information, and you just give them. I mean, there's nothing like FEMA is not going to take the time to say, oh, we're going to go into your system. They want everything in their format and their forms and things like that.
Yeah, I think generally that would be the case.
Okay.
I think that would be the case. Okay, so what I want to do is spend a few minutes on the damage assessment toolkit. So these are forms and Excel spreadsheets that are in the package that I'm going to give Craig access to, and then he'll be just able to distribute that out to all of you folks through a Dropbox link. So first, on page 46 is the facility initial damage report form. And you see at the top, it says in parentheses, DA, damage assessment, -I for internal, #1, meaning this is probably the first form you would use in your damage assessment process. And in my perfect world, I would have one of these pre-printed for every facility that might be damaged. And my instructions are on page 47. Where did I get all this information? Where did I get the department number, facility name, and so on, address? It came from a spreadsheet on page 48. So this is a spreadsheet. Sorry it's so small in your book, but I just had to shrink it to get it in. Now, this is a real live experience here. When I went up to this city in this Northern California earthquake in 2014, it was my erroneous assumption that the city had a list of all its facilities. Yeah, I couldn't have been more wrong. Insurance, the risk management people had one, but it only covered insured buildings. Two, the water department had one that had stuff that didn't show up in insurance. The facilities had one, but guess what? It was all facilities. Didn't have anything to do with structures like bridges. And there was still a fourth one because I worked from 4 lists. I can't remember what the fourth one was, but it took me 3 days to collate. And this is only page 1 of about 4 or 5, to collate all of these and get the necessary information. And I changed the data here so that you wouldn't really be able to tell what community it was. But I've got all this information, so my IT people could extract this from an Excel spreadsheet in this form and then print me a page 46 for every line item on the spreadsheet. Now there's some more important stuff here. Toward the middle of the page, third column from the left, line 23 and 24, it says boat repair and marine store tenant. That's an issue, because if you as a local government agency own a facility and you don't use it, then it's not eligible for FEMA funding. So in this case, it looks like these are both commercial businesses. And even though the city owns the property and owns the building, because the city doesn't use them for governmental purposes, they would not be eligible if they were destroyed or damaged in a disaster. Anytime you own a building and let somebody else use it, or you use somebody else's building, even if it's 2 government agencies. So County of Santa Clara in Northern California has 15 cities. Some of those 15 cities own the fire station, but the fire station is operated by the county fire department. Some of those cities own their libraries, but the library is operated by the county library system. The question is, if that fire station or library is damaged in a disaster, whose responsibility is it to fix it? The use agreement, or the lease, the rental agreement, whatever you call it, must be explicit. It must say this party or that party, either the owner or the tenant, is responsible for disaster caused damage. And it must use those words, disaster caused damage or disaster related damage. All right. If it says maintenance and operations or maintenance and upkeep, that doesn't meet FEMA standard. It must specifically say disaster caused damage. So there's a community in Northern California that has a well-known library system. It's been up there for well over 100 years. The city owns the library buildings, but they're operated by the library district, which is a separate district, a separate taxing authority, and a separate board. This arrangement has been going on for so long, there may not even be any written agreement whatsoever as to who would be responsible. The city of New Orleans the sheriff's department down there applied for funding to repair the damages to two of the two jails that the sheriff's department ran. And FEMA kicked it back and said, no, you don't own these buildings. You only operate them. And they had a capitated agreement that said $23 per inmate per day is what they got from the city to run the jail. They didn't have an agreement that said the sheriff's department will fix disaster damage. And so by the time the sheriff's department got denied because they didn't have legal responsibility, it was too late for the city of New Orleans to apply, because there's a 60-day window, which we'll talk about later. All right. So anytime you've got a building, whether it's another government agency, a nonprofit agency, maybe the city or county owns a building that's used by the Boys and Girls Club, or it's used as a battered women's shelter. Doesn't matter what the use, it's got to be clearly specified who's responsible for disaster caused damage. Then over toward the right, you'll see a column of yes and no, and the diagonal above it, it says historic building per FEMA. Any building that's over 50 years of age has to be considered for historic review. And so you go about 4 or 5 columns to the left, it says year built, and then it's got a year in there, and it will do the math. And even though you do this and 5 years later you have the disaster, it will do the math and automatically, if that building's gone over the 50-year limit in the intervening time, it will show up as a yellow. Well, you can't see it as yellow, but it will show up as yellow as an indicator that there may be an issue there or something that has to be dealt with. Okay, I'm going to skip a couple pages here. All right, page 5051 in the book, post-disaster vehicle damage report. If you have vehicles that are damaged by the disaster, not as an operator error after the disaster, but by the disaster or use in the disaster. So you're downtown on downtown Market Street in San Francisco. You've got a paramedic, a fire paramedic rig, and an engine company out there, and they're up on the 20th floor treating a heart attack victim. And the ground starts to shake, and those glass panels fall out, and now that fire truck and paramedic unit are buried in 10 feet of glass. That's damage caused by a disaster. But if the engineer driving that fire engine takes a corner too sharp and tips it over, A, it wouldn't be the first time, and B, that's operator error that is not caused by the disaster. So when you have damage to a vehicle, you've got to clearly specify and demonstrate that it was caused by the disaster and not by operator error. Now, there's another complication here. And we worked on this in San Francisco. And we did this project because folks thought, oh, it's vehicles. It can't be that complicated. Yeah, so very wrong. San Francisco has roughly 6,000 vehicles in its fleet. And I'm watching the time here so that we don't go over. 6,000 vehicles in its fleet. The average vehicle was 10 to 12 years old, meaning its blue book value, which is what FEMA will pay, was maybe 20 to 25 cents on the dollar. So let's take a hypothetical passenger vehicle that costs $20,000 new. It's now 10, 12 years old. It's worth $5,000 and it's destroyed by the flood. Okay, it's washed away by the flood. when you get that vehicle, now it's $5,000 Blue Book value, which means you're going to get 75% of that, which is $3,750. When you get that new vehicle, you're going to have to buy insurance on that vehicle. And you can't self-insure it to meet this requirement. You must buy commercial insurance. How much is that insurance going to cost you for the next 10 or 12 years that you own that vehicle, assuming that you keep it the normal cycle of 10 to 12 years? All right. You may spend much more than the $3,750 you got from FEMA, which means you're going to end up in the hole for applying. So number one, this goes way back to my strategy slide, the guy looking at the chess pieces, okay? Maybe you don't want to apply for every vehicle. Now, if it's a fairly new vehicle or a very expensive vehicle, like a fire engine or a big piece of heavy earth moving equipment or some kind of special equipment, maybe it's worth it. But if it's just a run-of-the-mill vehicle that's really old, you need to think about that.
You know, Mike, as we come to the end, I just want to launch our last poll. By all means, you can go over
Okay.
for a few minutes, but I just want to make sure that people have an opportunity to do this. So our third time asking this question now at the very end, see if it has changed at all, and if by any means. All right, thanks, Mike.
Okay. Page 52, 53, office furnishings and damage equipment report. If you need it, if you have damage to your facilities and your furnishings, one of the things that 2 CFR requires is that we aggregate purchases to get the best price. So let's just say in a hypothetical situation, your agency had 100 computers damaged, smoke, fire, flood, I don't care. 100 computers got to be replaced, but they're in 6 or 7 different departments. So each department might otherwise just normally buy its own. But if FEMA says, no, we have to have you aggregate them because you're going to get a better price on 100 computers than you will on 10 or 12 or 15 computers at a time. And so this form helps you aggregate those office furnishings costs. Now 53, however, is for one-of-a-kind things. You've got a dynamometer for use in a fleet shop for maintaining vehicles. You're probably only going to have one of those or maybe 2. So you put those limited types of items in here, or you've got a county hospital that's got a magnetic resonance imaging machine, an MRI. Again, probably one of a kind. Okay, I'm going to skip 54, 55, because they're follow-ups on what we just did. 56, damage documentation checklist. Again, this is a checklist. You may want to add stuff or take some stuff off. 57, 58 is an initial damage estimate. And it starts to gather data in the way that FEMA is looking for it, as we saw on page 25 and 26 earlier. And then to close out, page 59, 60, and 61. I'm pleased to tell you there's a couple of counties in California that use this as their damage assessment summary because they didn't have one and they needed one. And on 59 and 60, most of the spaces are shaded and you can't put data in there. All the data comes from other pages. So look at road systems, which is in the left lower quadrant of page 59, and then go to page 61. That's the road and bridge page. And as you put, and there's, I think, a dozen different pages in here, roads and bridges, facilities, public utilities, parks and rec, and so on, all these different categories. As you enter data, it automatically tallies it and then brings it forward to page 59. Your damage reports aren't going to come in perfect order. They're going to come in over the hours, days, and weeks, and you just put them on the list, and they will automatically be summarized, totalized, and then all the numbers brought forward here on page 59 and page 60. Okay, and then page 62, 63 is the disaster impact financial summary. This is where we're starting to get, imagine using this for COVID, okay? What are all the financial implications of our disaster? Okay, and so with that,
Yeah, Mike, I mean,
Craig,
I think we're coming to the end of our time, but, you know, just, I guess, just a one or two parting comments and sort of a, well, I guess this is a comment too, or maybe I'm not sure what this is, but you can tell me. But one of the people that responded to they're doing much worse now that we've asked the third time today. The reason why they're saying that is because, and I'm going to paraphrase, but basically it almost seems as if FEMA has it out, and maybe this is too strong a word, but out to get us in the sense that there, you know, if you could put into numbers or maybe sentiment's okay as well. But, you know, sitting here for how many hours we have now, and we're about to do it a little bit more tomorrow, you know, it sounds almost as if FEMA's out to get people, or they're just waiting for this moment to just say, we knew we'd find something. And, you know, is that the takeaway? I mean, not to say that we shouldn't be on guard and be on our best behavior, of course, because, you know, if FEMA is dealing with regulations and you either are with them or without them or against them. But, you know, kind of what's the way to approach this?
don't be discouraged. And I am dumping a lot of stuff on people today, and I'll do it again tomorrow and next week. Don't be discouraged. People can do this right. In fact, I just saw an audit from Houston, Texas. It was a clean bill of health. Okay. It was an audit that said the city of Houston has the proper policies, procedures, and whatever necessary to comply with FEMA regulations for public assistance grants. Okay. They can do it. All right. Now, I'll tell you, they've had multiple, I've been down to Houston area multiple times to do training, both in the city of Houston and in Fort Bend County. And they have worked at it. They have a cost recovery plan that they worked up, and actually they've revised it twice. It's one of it's a plan I recommend. So this is not the end of the world. People do this, okay? They do it right. I focus on what they do wrong because it makes an impression, but we're going to show you how to work through this and how to do better. The fact that you're just aware, and FEMA, they're not out to get us. What they are out to do is protect the federal treasury. And in fact, yeah, right here in my hand, here's the headline: 4 more, okay, not 4, but 4 more Lynn Haven, Florida, city officials linked to public corruption case. This is December 30th, 2019. Lynn Haven mayor, the city attorney, the community services director, and a city commissioner allegedly received unauthorized debris removal services that were then billed to the city. Okay, people every day are trying to cheat the federal government. That is why these rules are so strict, and there's so many of them, is because people try to cheat the federal government all the time. And it makes it more difficult for those of us that are honest and want to do it right. But this is their experience, is they see this all the time. So they're not out to get us, but they are out to protect the federal treasury. And that
Good
makes
to know.
our job more difficult.
Good to know. And just, a couple other comments. So a couple people asked already about whether or not recordings of this would be available, and we are recording this, and we're capturing the responses to the polls and everything, and we're just trying to figure out what's going to be the best way to get this out to participants. So, but rest assured that we will get you access so you can see it, because as Mike mentioned, there's an awful lot of information that he's quote unquote dumping on you. So we want to make sure that you're able to receive it and utilize it to the extent possible. And so.
Yep. Okay, so we're just a little bit over. I don't want to wear people out, and just be glad that you didn't have to sit through another 4 hours of this today. But we'll jump right back into it tomorrow.